Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love? Shirt collar. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through, get you out of your comfort zone, 'cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win.
We should all just sit here and say how much we like Volred's look and how he sounds.
Just in general.
And then we should tell Calmac to eat shit.
Oh.
It's okay. Y'all do that off camera anyways.
Uh-oh, someone saw adjacent with Jace. Oh, I was like, am I muted?
We don't
Oh, no.
insult you off
Ari's
camera.
muted.
We want viewers to see it.
I was like, oh no, am I muted again? Did I do the mute thing?
There you go.
Dr.
The
Pepper.
DM does.
You
The
know,
rest of them
part
don't.
of me feels like we should work really hard to like make this an actual stream that people watch, if only so that I could get a Dr. Pepper sponsorship.
Listen, man, I got the shirt.
It'd be worth it.
G Fuel.
I should buy the shirt. I should buy it. Anyway, hey guys, welcome to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. Ooh, I hope everyone's doing really well. I know it has been a crazy busy day and long weekend and stuff for me. So let's take some of the edge off by playing Dungeons and Dragons and having fun and seeing what trouble you guys get into.
Yeah.
I like edging.
So, yeah, I know. For a second there, I said take the edge off, and then I said wrong words to use with this particular group.
I was thinking it too.
It's a magical day,
So,
my friends.
we find ourselves on the hallowed chapter 69.
Woo!
And so, let's see. And we begin this week's story, oh lord, the same way all chapter 69s should be, with a woman and a ghost creature.
What?
Disagree on that a little bit, but
Pulling
continue.
out the ghost.
Well, yes, okay.
You have
Anyway,
the woman,
anyway.
and now you have
Ch-
even more with ghost
yeah.
creature.
Chasing, yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna go because that it's just gonna. I know where that's gonna go.
You're digging a
So,
hole, man. You're digging a hole.
Last session, in chapter 68, you guys spent some time in Choristem, arriving for the first time, I believe. Getting hooked up with the Adventurers Alliance, one of two Adventurers Guilds within the Principality, as well as finding lodgings at a place called the Cursed Arrow. Partially just because the name seems to be somewhat apropos for your party. After speaking with the proprietor, you find out that the Cursed Arrow is in fact an artifact in the proprietor's possession that was claimed from a dragon horde at some point in the past. And Izal decided that at one point in time she's going to try and play with it. So, once you guys were getting ready to go to bed, however, Yandere had a weird Spidey sense Ghostbuster ethereal tingle, and became aware of the presence of some sort of malign spirit. Using Eyes of the Grave, I believe that we decided to verify that just after the stream ended last time. You were able to recognize that there was indeed a presence following a young woman who you saw, or whom you met at the Cursed Arrow. Upon her leaving, the spirit left with her, and you managed to catch a brief glimpse of the spirit, some sort of dark elven figure with glowing eyes and a body made of some kind of dark miasma, as she decided to make her way to the Temple of Cathar. I know Ari ran after, Yandere did, and the rest of the party is kind of just coming up to knowledge that Yandere is running off. So that's where we're at the moment. I assume, Yandere, you're going to try and do something before she reaches the temple. You are muted, good sir.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, realistically, I'm just gonna follow her to the temple for the most part. Not necessarily try to get there before her, because I'm stealthy, but I'm wearing a lot of armor right now.
That's true, you are. So, not necessarily trying to be stealthy, just keeping within view. You watch her head westward along the main, one of the side promenades, through a section of residential neighborhood, bearing ever closer to the large, kind of deep-pitched golden roofs that you had been told earlier mark the Temple of Cathar. And without much time or effort, you guys arrive there in the late evening. At this point, the streets around the temple are dark, with only faint lights being shown within the temple itself. You see the woman you had met previously head up a series of shallow steps to the front of the temple. Cathar, being this area, the Pantheon's god of trade and prosperity, here in the Free Cities, whatever that Pantheon happens to be. As you kind of watch as she makes her way kind of up to the doors of the temple and just kind of knocks a little bit, a few moments pass before you start to kind of see some light. And within a few minutes, she is brought into the temple by apparently a priest who seems to be there holding vigil at night. And she disappears from your view. The rest of your party, I'm not sure how quickly you guys were going to just stay sleepy or if you guys were going to try and follow Yandere.
I'm not.
Who was explicit? I think this was just a conversation between Izal and Yandere.
I don't really know. I know
I
that...
went to my room, and I think Yandere stayed...
And
out.
Volred's having a little pity party in the room at the moment.
Forget why, but I know I'm pity. Oops.
I don't know
Alright.
who all was with you.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
don't recall really being a part of any conversation that involved the lady, so I think that this is just a Yandere Izal thing.
Yeah, well, this was more of a... Yandere was having this conversation while some of you guys were eating dinner. Volred was upstairs. So the question is, the two of you who had not yet gone to your rooms, and that would be Kelmac and Izal, are you choosing to follow Yandere, or are you just going to let him do his thing and head up to bed?
I'll follow. Because, I don't know, people shouldn't be left alone. Unless it's
Yeah, the last time you let some guy, some green guy with pointy ears run off. Except
I will stay.
you wear lots of green, Yandere. You do, yeah.
I'll stay because there is an active group out to myrtleize the Kiyoshi Trade Prince family, who we are currently with his oldest male child. And so I don't want anything to happen and Volred be alone and unable to get any assistance.
Okay, so the TLDR on that is you're gonna chill with
Same.
Volred. Okay. Alright. So, Izal, you make your way following Yandere, standing near him, and after a good long while, all is quiet on the temple front.
Is all?
Yeah, I saw you running out, so I figured I'd follow.
Oh, well, I'm just waiting for her to leave so I can go ask the clerics in the temple what spirit they casted out.
Okay. And I'm here to help.
Great.
Mostly because the
So-
assassin issue we have.
Oh yeah, people trying to... Well, they're trying to kill Volred.
We were associated.
Okay.
So, your time out in front of the temple stretches on for a bit. You do have a pair of guards that make their way and kind of stop you guys and talk to you a little bit as you guys are just kind of like chilling out in a residential neighborhood at night for no apparent reason. But they seem very accommodating, understanding. You know, people do go to the temple at the middle of the night for reasons they don't want to discuss. And decide to... You gather, Yandere, just kind of keep an eye on you. And just maybe see if you're still here when they make their rounds again. But after about a half hour of waiting... well, that's a good question. What is y'all's passive perceptions?
Mine's a
Oh.
17.
Mine's lower. It's like a 13.
Yeah, I just never really remember. I know Yandre's passive insight is like read donk. Okay, but your perception's the same. Okay. So, Izal, you kind of watch as like one of Yandre's ears as he's kind of talking to you, kind of moves a little bit. Yandre, you hear what sounds like furniture being tossed inside the temple. From this distance, it's really hard to hear. But yeah, and Izal hears nothing.
Does this sound like something I would have heard before with ghosts trying to prank people by moving furniture inside of a room?
It definitely sounds like furniture is being moved inside of a room.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Yandre starts walking towards the temple.
Okay. As you're kind of making your way to the bottom of those stairs, there's a sound, a toll that breaks the night as one of the bells up in the belfry tolls only once.
It's fast.
And from this distance, you can hear the muffled sounds of what looks like screaming or pain, as well as additional shuffling and moving of furniture objects inside.
I'll turn back and be like, I'm not super far away from you, is all I would assume.
No, like, 40 feet max. It's really not that big a deal.
It's all
What?
fighting.
That was the bell? I start jogging over.
Are the guards still by too?
No, they're out doing their rounds. You don't see any guards. Police presence is a little light this time of evening. This is a nice, safe town.
Okay, well, if Izal starts coming towards the temple, then I'm gonna go to the door.
Okay. As you gonna open the door? Gonna jiggle?
I'm gonna jiggle the handle first. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
you
furniture
jig-
moving around inside.
You jiggle the handle, and it takes a little bit because the doors are heavy, but you manage to kind of pull it open. As you guys kind of come in, you can see what looks like a light kind of moving. You also hear panicked cries in pain. You peek your head in.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do, this building is dominated by a single large chamber. You can see the massive statue of Cathar, middle-aged man with a well-groomed beard, dressed in fine robes, holding a set of scales. You do, however, see that somewhat miasmic figure moving about the room hastily in full apparent view, attacking some of the priests, or at least what priests still happen to be up. You do see what look like a small number of bodies that have littered the floor. You can also look off to the side at the base of the belfry tower. Looks like another corpse or body passed out at the bottom. Perhaps the individual seems to have gotten one good ring of the bell before he collapsed. But yes, the sounds of combat are in full swing.
And you said that the spirit is actually floating around. How far away is the spirit from me at this point?
This whole area is like maybe 40 feet deep. It's near the center, so about 20 feet.
20 feet. How many people are currently in this building?
So with your quick passive perception, you notice there are 7 individuals, not including yourself. One is the woman you had saw earlier, who is kind of up in an enclave. Um, Looks like she has a weapon in hand, maybe wounded, trying to put distance between her and the shadowy figure who's attacking. There are 2 other individuals that look like priests who are in the process of trying to attack this creature. And then you see the bodies or corpses, passed out, bleeding to death, you don't know, of 4 other priests that are scattered and littered about the chapel floor.
Great. So I'm gonna run towards the middle of the room, where everybody. I would assume most people are congregated. The woman that I saw, how far is she from the other the priests that are trying to attack?
Probably about 20 feet.
Okay.
I mean, this whole area seems to be confined to like a 20-foot by 20-foot square.
Okay. So what I will do is I'll stand in between the priests that are attacking the ghost spirit and the woman. And as I get there, I will take Lightbringer and then slam it on the ground and cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay, you going on. Izal, yep, kind of making your way up there. You kind of open, flash of light, carnage, battle, crazy smoke monster. So, there's that.
Andre, is that the bad one?
Yes, it is. It's actually really attacking people right now, which was what I was afraid was going to happen.
Yep.
I'll rush in
Okay,
whenever I get the chance.
so Spirit Guardians. So, do I make that check now as well?
At the start of their turn.
Start of their turn. Okay, Izal, is there anything you want to do before I kick off Monster Rally?
Yeah, just run in there. Rage. Get as close to the ghosty thing as I can. Classic me. The divine energy pumping. Oh, Calmac's gonna wish he was here.
Alright, so then the shadow creature is going to start its turn and make a save versus what?
Wisdom save?
Wisdom. Okay. Let's see, what bonus, if any, does it get on wisdom?
7. Plus 7.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Plus 10.
Plus 2.
Standing by that dark paladin in the corner. With a 30-foot aura. Oh.
Yeah, I'm just here for the aura buff.
That is a
don't
total
mind
of
me.
6.
Then if an affected creature's speed is halved in the area when the creature enters the area for the first time, or on the turn it starts its turn there, must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d8 radiant damage.
Woo.
Or half even if they passed.
Now I'm just
So
imagining
16 radiant damage.
Nice.
16 radiant.
I'm just imagining every like BBEG having a dark paladin just nearby with their save aura going, just like, don't mind me. I'm just here. I'm the new hire.
Okay.
I'm in
Yes,
charge.
as that happens, you see the radiant damage start to move through it. It's pissed. Let's see here. It's going to kind of reach out with its long hands and try to touch you.
Rude.
Perhaps inappropriately. Who knows?
Wow.
That is doing math. 23, which is a hit. And then, I actually have this many D8s now.
You don't gotta say that part out loud, Eric.
Yeah, I like. Oh, damn it! Doesn't matter if I don't roll well. So that is 16 points of necrotic damage. I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Hey.
Rolled a 9 on my con save, so.
Okay. Your hit point maximum is reduced by the amount of damage you take, as you were hit by a life drain. Okay, that is its action. Okay, we're good. So you two can go, and then the priest will go, unless you want the priest to go first.
Priest can go first.
Let them save themselves if they can. I don't know.
Okay. One of the. Okay, they kind of look and see that you've got this going. Crazy stuff's going. They're going to rush over to their fallen priest ally guys and start trying to perform some healing on them with what little magic they have left.
I'll just spare the die.
One of them casts True Resurrection without any material components. I'm sorry, what?
I need to be friends with that guy.
No, they are all basic acolyte bitches. Okay, so
Robes.
You can tell because they're clergy.
I was making.
I mean, priest is about as high as it goes.
They got that, whatever it's called, where they shave like the top of their head going.
But yeah, you guys can go if you want.
Yeah, Andre, would you like to go?
Sure, I'll go.
You also need to make a Constitution saving throw for concentration.
It's an 18.
You're good.
Okay.
Alright, so how close is the ghost now? Because it came and touched me, right?
Yep.
So I will swing Lightbringer at it.
Okay. Does Lightbringer give you a +1 to attack and damage rolls?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So it is magical.
So it is a magical weapon for
And
the
an
purpose of our
and an
rules.
extra D6 against undead.
Yes.
Cool. I was just making sure that it wasn't just one of those kinds of weapons, because maybe this thing has resistances.
It's okay. I rolled an 11. I don't think that's gonna hit it.
11 will miss.
Ghosts.
So as a bonus action, I will use help. And I will help Izal.
Okay. You get this weird tickly sensation. It's weird. It's like at first there's like a burst of heat that flows through you from your divine fury. And then there's a little bit of cooling sensation down the center of your spine that's weird.
Uncomfortable, but I'll take it. Ooh.
And then that'll be the end of my turn.
Assuming I can rush forward far enough, because I didn't take any damage last turn, so I will rage again. And with that, using my bonus action to do it, I'll be able to sprint forward half my movement and use my movement to get, hopefully, near the Shroudy boy.
Mhm.
And I'm going to attack the shady fella with my cool axe. But I have advantage because of the help action.
That's true.
Attack. Let's see what I got.
I rolled like a natural 20 to me.
Yeah, but I have my menu up for some reason and it's not doing well.
I don't even have Roll20 open.
Dang.
I know, I am so not prepared tonight.
There it is. Hey, it was a natural 20! Yay!
It was a natural 20.
And max damage on the roll! Yay.
I'm pulling up Roll20 right now, so you better be telling the truth.
Oh,
Yes.
'Max
27 with a 12
damage.
on the damage.
Shit. Yeah, I'm seeing some green boxes.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
Well,
alright.
Because that help action gave you the advantage that gave you your plus 20 roll.
Yay.
It did.
Yep.
And then I also have my divine radiant damage on there because I am a holy being.
Roll max.
I'm not,
Roll
I ain't
max.
that lucky, but I do get the crit on that as well.
You'll roll max. I believe it.
Two
No!
rolls mid. Dang.
Oh, no, show you.
No!
Reggie was helpful, just not that helpful.
You can only help so much.
We're just like, I mean, I don't. Usually,
There's that brief moment where Izal almost kind of looks like she might come up just a little too short, and Reggie just kind of pushes her. It's like gets it just the few extra inches it needs, but it like loses a little bit in the backswing.
So I deal 30. So that's 31, 32, 33.
I don't like
points
the
of
number
damage.
you're telling me right now.
Well,
33 points of damage.
12 plus the D8 is 20. Plus 6 for the Divine Fury, plus 5. That's 31. And then my rage bonus of 2. So it's
Yes.
33 points of damage.
Okay. Right quick. Your adamant
Adamant
weapon
plus 1.
now has a +1 now,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So that's 33. 'Cause I do recall you got that upgrade not that long ago.
Yeah. I needed it because Gander left. Gander retired. He had enough of this shit.
Okay. You watch as you go to swing, you're like, yeah, you feel like a little bit of tap there on your butt. You're like, what the? And you go and cleave through right in the midsection. You see like miasma shoot out, and you feel like that's not just smoke. You got some solid chunk of it. You wheel around right quick to backhand whoever managed to, cop a feel, but there's no one there.
Ghost. The
Yandere,
ghost
you
chunky.
hear Reggie laugh a little bit.
Use the momentum to attack it again. But this is a straight roll now. Here we
Yep,
go.
because obviously this is what did it, right?
Yeah. 25 to hit.
Close.
25 hits.
That one only does 12 points of damage. Still
12
Magical.
points.
just no divine energy on that one. I've got to recharge that each turn.
Yes, and that's a non-magical weapon, correct?
No, it's magical. I
Same
have
weapon.
extra attack. It's
Oh.
the same weapon.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was thinking that was just bonus.
Bonus action. Nah, Creed Cleaver still sheathed. Glad to rage again. That was 12, and I'm ready for it to kind of entice it. 'Cause I
Yep.
saw it attack Andre, and I don't like that. I want to attack me.
Yep. Yandere, as you guys are watching this figure, more of the form seems to be kind of pulling off. You can almost, in a lot of places, start to be able to kind of see through the body. Some of the flames and lights in the room that are kind of being magically suppressed start to flare up a little bit. As just a little bit of extra light starts to fill the room. You see the burning eyes filled with hatred start glancing around. Quickly, it seems to move over to you and glance over towards the woman whom you followed. Seeing as though if these are going to be its final moments, it's going to get what it came for. But
Wisdom save.
At the start of its
yes.
turn. Come on.
22. 20 plus 2.
Okay.
22. But it still takes half damage,
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, half radiant damage. So 6 points of damage.
It's burning away.
Okay.
Well, that was 12, half to 6.
Yep. With only 6 hit points left. Yandere, how would you mind explaining to me how your spiritual I forget those. Oh my gosh, I can't. Spiritual guardians destroys this wraith.
Yes, so unbeknownst to a lot of other people, so everybody else in this room, besides, I mean, even Azal, the two spiritual guardians are the spectral forms of Tira and Callum. After seeing me get hurt, they take on this perception of like anger, and both charge at this spirit with spears in hand and impale it, holding it up as like a X formation, and then quickly pull the spears out while the spirit dissipates.
Yeah, very much Witch King in, Two Towers, piercing this sort of crown that this wraith seems to be wearing. The orb suddenly burst and flame shoots up out of its head before the smoke just dissipates. The crown falls to the ground and then suddenly starts cracking apart and falling as if it was made of just like carbon that has just kind of like suddenly all the lights in the room suddenly go and come back up to their full luminance. Around this time, the priests are in the process of healing those priests that still survived.
This hasn't been a full minute since everybody's gone down, has it?
Nope. You came in very quick. There's one person that seems to have actually perspired. The other two were saved while making saving throws.
Okay, and we're out of initiative order at this point?
Yep.
I'm going to go over to the one that looks like it's passed and cast Gentle Repose.
Okay. There's a brief moment of hesitation from the priests who are with him to not necessarily like the idea that you get too close, perhaps the adrenaline's still going. But as you kind of release the magic, there's this kind of moment where he's kind of looking back and forth at you, and he seems to kind of get what you're doing. And kind of leaves it to be and kind of nods a little bit. There's, from what you can tell of his eyes, there is a sense of relief. Just because you kind of get the idea, kind of looking around. Also, this as a cleric. Most of the people of faith do not have the kind of power that clerics like you possess. So it's quite possible that they would have lacked the ability to work this kind of magic. Anyway, as the tension in the room starts to come down a little bit, the other priests kind of wake up. The first one kind of moves back over to the woman you followed in here, starts trying to see to her wounds. His magic, long since spent, kind of starts sitting there, and it's like, well, thankfully it's not that bad, but there's some necrotic flesh we'll have to cut out. Give me a moment, I'll fetch the healer's kit and we'll get you bandaged up. As he kind of...
Alejandro will stand up. No need. Your friend here has still passed, but if you're planning on reviving him, you have a little more time. But you, Andre points to the lady, you come here.
The lady kind of comes over, taking a look at you, and for a brief moment, like, really kind of seeing you and recognizing who you are. She's like, what? How? And then, remembering your conversation back at the Cursed Arrow, there's a mixture of paranoia and then also shame.
How bad does she look?
Not bad, thankfully. It's a deep gash, and there is some necrotic flesh, but it looks as though the Wraith managed to hit her perhaps only once before the other priests were able to jump in and try and intervene.
Okay, well, I'll cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay, and that mitigates some of the damage, but a little more than that would be needed.
Okay, well, she heals 11 points of damage, depending on whatever.
Okay, so most of the damage got healed.
Great. Well, I told you that you had a evil spirit following you, and I don't just let evil spirits walk around. So I followed you. And luckily I did.
Yes. Thank you. Kind of looking around. Sorry. And you see her kind of start to cry a little bit. I'm sorry to have pulled you into this, and kind of looking over at us all. I'm sorry, I haven't much to give you for your aid.
You can give me the truth.
And she kind of glances over to the priests a little bit, kind of looking around at the, the altar and statue of Cathar. Well, I suppose it would be poor workings to stand before the god of trade and prosperity and not offer proper payment for services rendered. Seems like a good way to replace one curse with yet another. Very well. The other priests are kind of moving around. They're trying to, put the sanctuary back in order, but still definitely interested in kind of what's going on. The woman kind of moves forward. Again, this kind of female elf. Now that you see like the hood down, full-blooded elf, matted black hair and narrow green eyes, very prominent ears, a little more than a standard elf, so you get the sense maybe she has a little bit of more Fey blood, though certainly not like yours. The clothes she wears are kind of like this brown, almost bronze color, and there's the staff, which you saw briefly previously, and then a dagger. She kind of moves up a little bit, kind of glancing over into a pew. My name is Eloril. I'm a wizard by trade. I am from the elven realms of Lo Alalor. Haldapeller, if you're familiar. The spirit that you helped release was, well, a former lover of mine, Eadrid. We were members of an adventuring party years ago, and we got in a bit of trouble while adventuring, and tempers got heated, and I killed him in a jealous rage. He had, to my mind, made some advances towards another woman in our party, and I did not much like that. That would have been one thing, but Eadrid's family is well known in Lo Alalor, so I made effort to dump Eadrid's body in a less than savory place, and denied him a proper burial, as well as I told his family that he had found another woman, and, well, let's just say I said some rather uncouth things about him towards his family. I thought nothing about it really at first, but as time went on, I began to feel this presence. It manifested first in small unfortunates, stubbing my toe, perhaps some items in my possession went missing. But over time, the instances grew scarier. And recently, I took up some work with another adventuring guild, and my unfortunate spirit, Eodred, he had intervened in a way that nearly cost party members my life. Their lives. I was dumped from the party, believing to be cursed, and I very truly thought I was. Perhaps some dark god had cursed me. Honestly, I had not really considered Eodred's spirit myself, until you mentioned something at the end. I had decided then to come to the temple to perhaps have a cleansing of the spirit. But apparently Eodred's spirit did not much like the idea of being exorcised, and instead chose to manifest and attack the priests. Well, I suppose that's the gist of it. And just kind of the long silence says, the priests of the temple, you can tell a couple of them are somewhat angry, but there's that kind of, good priest vibe where it's like, okay, confession, don't judge, don't hate the people, even though, they might really want to punch her in the face.
So you killed someone because you're jealous of them?
Well, it's a very long story. Eodred and I had been together for a number of centuries, and I had foregone a number of other opportunities for the sake of our relationship. I felt his wooing of another individual as a betrayal of the centuries I had sacrificed. It's petty, I know. Looking back on it, I think the truth is that Eodred and I were not really even in love. It was just the sort of thing that we had always been together, and I think I was more upset at the idea of change than anything else.
Yandere will look over at Izal while she's having this conversation and just kind of goes, do all the domesticated elves of this land just kill things when they don't understand stuff?
We weren't talking about you, Aaron, I swear. Oh, he's back.
Aaron, I will tell you, I am in the process of planning a tool for Alex for exactly this reason.
I have a button.
Oh, I know, but something to make your life a little bit easier. I don't know if how well I'll be able to do it, but anyway, sides, anyway. Yes, domesticated elves being crazy and killing things.
Don't know if it's all of them. Volred's got an issue with killing things.
Well, I look back over at the woman. Well, you killed him out of spite. Doesn't sound like you gave him an opportunity to justify himself. Not only that, you probably dumped him in a ditch somewhere. And then you went to his family and told them you said uncouth things. So there's a lot of negative karma that's floating around you. So I don't know if what we did today is truly going to get rid of that spirit, but at least it gives you a little bit more time.
Yeah, and some of those priests got hurt, and Yandere got hurt. I take offense to that.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, of course. Obviously, I'll have to make restitution some way.
Well, you can start by going finding that body and giving it a proper burial, or giving it to his family.
Suppose at the very least I'll have to do both.
And then you should probably stop lying. It's not good to do in a church.
Yes. Well.
Well, don't know what we're waiting for.
Do the priests in the area still look like they need additional healing or anything like that, or does it look like it's pretty much taken care of?
Well, I mean, they still need some additional healing. I mean, these guys have like 3 spell slots. You know, like they're priests. And they're attacking the wraith is basically sacred flame, sacred flame, sacred flame, sacred flame.
And those never hit.
Yeah, well, especially when wraith's got a pretty solid deck score.
Well, then I will spend more time helping the priest of this area before I head back to the tavern. I'm not sure what he's all plans to do.
I gotta stay with you. Security.
But before, was it LRL?
Yes, Elrond.
Before LRL walks off, Yandere will look at her and say, So, I think you owe me. Only because you lied to me in the inn, and then I came here and I saved your life. The truth makes up for the lie in the inn, but I think you owe me something other than that.
That is fair. You might as well claim your reward. After all, once news of my actions reach Loella Lore, I will most likely be sentenced to death for my crime. So, this may well be your only time to collect payment.
No, it's not only the only time. Because there's 2 ways this could work. You can owe me a favor while you're alive, or you can help me out when you're dead.
Kinda looks at you. She kind of reaches back, pulls out the dagger, and then just kind of like cuts off a piece of her hair and kind of hands it over to you. Well, with this piece of my body, my oath, if I am unable to repay you in life, then I shall do so in death. So mote it be.
Thank you. I'm gonna help heal the rest of these people. You should probably go. They seem pretty mad at you.
Kind of looks back. Yes. I believe that is wise.
Oh, and LRL, in case I have to call you after, well, should you pass, what is your last name?
I don't really have one. I'm not of a status where last names are given to lowborn such as I.
So I'll give you one. You are now LOL Evercam.
Very well. Let me just update my notes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I would leave.
Kind of looks over a little bit. Yes. She kind of grabs the staff and just kind of hands it over to you. It's not much, but you might at least get something for it.
No. I have a feeling you'll need it to protect yourself later. You keep it.
And she kind of takes it. Very well. Hopefully, we'll see each other again in the future. And then,
Yandere picks his hand up and waves with like some chunk of hair.
trying to skirt the nasty looks from the priests, she exits the temple.
Just mark off Staff of Power. You'll be getting that today.
And then one of the priests kind of looks over to your group. You really should not have allowed Murderer to go. Should have turned her over to the guard.
I'm not sure how your religion works here, but everyone deserves a second chance. Especially if they're remorseful. And especially if it's impacted and they owe someone something. So, it seemed like she was willing to change her ways and make amends. And if she doesn't, Yandere holds up the chunk of hair that was given to him. She'll owe me a debt.
Kind of looks over. Well, seeing as how you were the one to defeat the Wraith, and you managed to at least give us some time for our brother, we'll leave this in your hands.
Thank you. Now, the rest of you who are still standing, do you all need healing?
Kind of looks around. We could do with some healing, but don't tax yourself. Couple days, and we'll be good as new.
Okay. Well, if you don't need anything, Azal, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm good.
Then we'll be leaving.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Okay. So now that the crazy bitch LRL has some weird thing done. What is this? Oh, it's up here. Sorry, just updating the quest notes here. Okay, so you depart. As you guys are kind of going to leave the temple, you see about a half dozen or so guards kind of making their way. As you guys are kind of exiting, the guards kind of approach. One of them kind of calls out to you. Is all well? We heard the bell.
A ghost attack. It was a cleansing, and the ghost didn't like it too much. So we helped. They're okay, but they do need some assistance.
Right. One of the guards just kind of looks over. Don't worry. Stefan and I will take care of this. Continue your rounds. There you go. Hi, Lieutenant. Kind of makes his way. Kind of looks over. It's the same two guys that you guys had passed before. You get in the sense this is their patrol area. Kind of looks over, stops for a brief moment. Thanks. And kind of looks back over. That the friend you were waiting on?
The ghost? No, I wasn't really waiting on the ghost.
Right. If you don't mind, your names and where you're staying in case we have any follow-up questions.
Oh, my name is Yandere.
Kind of looks over to Izal.
Izal, we're at the Cursed Arrow.
Kind of looks you guys over. The guard's eyes kind of pause for like a long moment on the crest of Clan Zella. And he goes, Well, you guys shouldn't be too difficult to find. All right. Thanks again for your aid. And kind of
There's one of the priests in there has passed, but I've extended their life for about 10 days to allow them a chance to resurrect. But I don't know if the priests that are in there can handle that, so they may need some additional support.
I see. Well, we'll see. Worst case, we may need to seek help from the Temple of Garavel. But anyway, yes. Thank you.
Have a good
And I'm
night.
kind of clasping your shoulder a little bit and heading on kind of hastily towards the temple. You guys can kind of slowly saunter your way back towards the Cursed Arrow. This point in time, there's really no one left in the tap room. They're in the process of like stacking all the chairs, sweeping everything up. Some of the lanterns have kind of dimmed down low. It's mostly just like one or two patrons that are just kind of lingering by the hearth, reading books or whatever, they want to do. As you guys kind of enter, the barkeep kind of glances over, sees you guys, recognizes you, and then just goes back to his work.
I'm stone sober.
Okay. Kelmac, when you retired to the upper levels, did you retire in the same room as Volred, or in the second room that was procured? I'm trying to remember who all had keys.
I have the key for the second room because Volred and Izal are staying together, and Yandra is staying in my room. They are next door to each other, right?
Yes, you guys were able to get adjoining rooms.
Since Volred he's kind of wanting some privacy. I'll leave him to his privacy, but I will kind of, if a bed isn't against the adjoining wall, I will just be, I don't know, like open a window, enjoy the air, drink the rest of my beers while waiting for the rest of the crew to get back, but listening for any hustling if anything comes up in Volred's room. TLDR,
Okay.
I am not in the same room as Volred.
Yes, and you're just keeping an ear out in case there's any disturbance in there.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So yes, you guys return to your respective rooms and have a well-deserved sleep if that's what you guys are trying to do. But whenever you guys come, because Yandre's staying in your room, right, Kelmac?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can see he looks a bit pale. As if he might have had a little bit of stomach sickness following the evening's meal.
You want
Or
a beer?
perhaps as though...
Oh,
Thank you, but no. Yep, then I guess he's all if you're in there with Volred. Volred, did you pile anything in front of the door?
Yes, because I listened to Yandre.
Okay, and did you lock the door?
Height.
Okay, so he's all the door's locked.
I used the key.
I thought Volred would have had the key. Or did he unlock the door
I gave
and
it
then
to
head up?
Yandre. Yandre gave it back to me. Went back downstairs.
Yeah, I think the key I left with... I didn't hold on to the key. I just was let in and
I went up
locked
there
the door when Yandre left.
In which case, you hear the jingling of the lock, preceded by a slow opening of the... I guess, no. We all know how
there's
he's all,
stuff
how
in
strong
there,
he's
and
all...
I'm just pushing it and then not slowing it. Just... I go inside. Close the door. Move the stuff back in front of it.
Yep. The objects in front of the door are a pittance compared to Izal, still with a little bit of adrenaline in her system.
Got that low center of gravity.
God, adrenaline.
Is Volred just staring off in the distance?
I didn't even acknowledge you coming in.
Great.
I am laying on the bed. Back to you.
He dead.
Are you alive? They go put a blanket on him.
Hook him in.
You get a bar of soap. And then put it in a sock. Beat you with it.
Oh no.
Red.
I guess I would wake up and deal.
I put a little blanket on you to see like it. Like, oh, I'll take care of you. Like, kind of violently shake you. Hey,
When
are
you
you awake?
when your smoke detectors go out, put the old batteries in a sock, and then beat them with it.
I still ignore and act like I'm just sleeping.
Can I tell if Volred is breathing?
You can, at a close enough distance, you can see the soft rising and lowing expansion of his ribcage.
Alright, you're alive. We got attacked by a ghost. I'm going to bed.
Then I'll say goodnight.
Good day. Bedtime.
Okay. You guys can have your long rest. Just as a note for Yandere, even though he's not here, but that way you guys can see. When he finishes the long rest, he can lose that health drain. So, okay. So, you guys awake on the following day, on the 25th day of the first seed. And the day is yours.
Get up. Go downstairs. I want to try to get some hot water. Does the star room have a bath stand, or is it?
The bath stand is more like a half barrel,
I'll take it. I try
kind of
to.
like a small wash tub.
I request some hot water be brought in.
Okay.
That's
Yep.
it.
And you can get up to the point to where it's like you get reasonably warm water.
Yeah. I take a morning bath in the barrel.
Yep.
It's bath
Okay.
barrel time.
I love bath barrel time.
Dude, everybody should enjoy bath barrel time.
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, people generally only get to bathe like once every couple weeks. So,
I know, right? We have a barrel too. We don't only have to wash in the river in the middle of winter.
yeah, that's true. But you guys have to slowly heat water over a fire.
Or have someone
Which-
do it for you.
Well, yeah, you might have to, shell a few coppers for that.
Here,
know,
boil this
what-
massive amount.
One of the little cabin boys, it's just like, hey, here's 5 copper. Haul me up a bunch of hot water.
I have problems scrubbing my feet. Can you scrub my
Oh,
toes?
crap. God, no.
But yeah, so anyway, but yes. Also, as a note, Yandere, I told them your HP drain
Drain.
Stays.
goes away after a long rest. No, it doesn't stay.
It stacks.
Thank you.
But yes, but the day is yours. Do with as you will.
Again, just like at the away palace, the old palace, right? That's what we were calling
The mountain palace.
the mountain palace,
Yes, the old
Um,
palace is what Volred's family calls it.
the old house. I will go for a walk, but not so far and convoluted route that I wouldn't be able to find my way back. Just like I go straight, take a turn, straight, and then just turn around and come back. Or if there's like a big enough area that I can just kind of explore a little bit, since I've never been here. I don't know what's here.
Yeah, and your guys are currently on the northern area of Coriston. Kind of just right off, like there's kind of a trade lane that goes right kind of through the middle heart of it.
Yeah.
Just on the northern end of the palace. So there is still like a lot of a trade comes up through that area. But yeah, you're able to kind of go through. There's like little markets, kind of shops and such that you can kind of go around and see, that are kind of interesting. Several taverns. You also find what looks to be a pretty decent
Be
smithy.
prepared.
So,
Do any of the taverns have any good smelling foods coming out of them?
yeah, some of them seem to have some good smelling foods. Those that do, you can smell like roasted meat. You also get something from one like a pot shop that has like a real kind of spicy, perhaps like curry smell coming out of it.
Do they
Pot
have
shop being obviously the kind of thing where they make large things in pots,
Right.
large batches.
These are not hash
No.
brownies.
No,
Now put your clothes back on, white boy. That's a good
no
movie.
no meat pie shops are open, right?
You could find a couple places that make some meat pies. Mostly like some higher end kind of places, or some really low end places where you're not entirely sure what the meat is,
What type of meat
and
is
it's
this?
really greasy.
It's bird meat.
What
Dove. What they
kind of
mean is
bird?
pigeon.
It's
It's
a type
bird.
of bird. It's got feathers and wings.
I'm not gonna shell out a large amount of money, but I do remember that Volred likes meat pies, and so I will grab him two smaller hand-eaten ones
Hand
that
pies.
are like in a thicker crust to be transported.
Okay. You find a place that's kind of like a pasty. Think kind of like, almost kind of looks like a calzone, but carries all the meat pie filling.
I was about to say, if the two proprietors of this place are very pale and look gothic, I'm not eating there because it's not real meat. It's people. And if they have an orphan boy working there,
Well, 80% of all child labor is orphans.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
but
No
that
child
was
labor laws here.
referencing, Sweeney Todd.
Another good movie.
You saw my post in the chat, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
hey, look at that! I didn't
Yes.
even see that.
That's that, because the soundtrack to that movie is like one of the ones when I'm like in a very whimsical mood and want to sing something a little more operatic. It's like Sweeney Todd is kind of what I go to.
It's one of the few musicals I do like. I'm very picky, I guess. But yeah, however much it is, if hopefully it's not multiple gold.
No.
That would be
It's
insane.
like
If you want the
Like
best
2
meat pies
copper.
of the city, you pay up.
Yeah.
yeah. It's like if you want like just the handmade meat pie, it's like
Yeah.
2 coppers if you just want the meat pie. It's a little more if you want like all the trappings and sides and stuff too. And I mean that's for one of the good ones.
No, I'll just. You know what?
You can find one that's like a rabbit stew meat pie.
It's 2 copper per.
Yeah.
I'll buy everybody 2 meat pies.
Okay.
Uh,
16 copper.
varying meats, I guess. Beef, pork, chicken.
Yeah, I mean, you can find like vegetable beef ones, rabbit stew.
Just an assortment.
Yeah, there's
But
even one
since
that's like full veggie, that's like beans and lentil and stuff like that. Some people like.
that's good. That's good eatings. Beans, lentils.
Yeah.
Just don't have anybody in your tent with you when after eating those. You don't fart. But I'm assuming that's 2 silver because that's 10 total, 2 each. Yes.
Yep.
2 silver. And I will
High-end meat pies.
Yeah, and I will go back to the cursed arrow and
It's kind of like a Yield version of kolache, just kind of thing. I want 10 meat pies. The assorted's fine.
can I get
What are the rest of you guys doing this morning?
Chilling.
Is that killing time or killing people?
I said chilling.
Oh,
Both.
okay.
the chilling time or chilling bodies?
Yeah, chilling
I
bodies.
got this bag of cold.
Yeah, it's the opening's not very large, so you might have to cut the body. Yeah, I have to cut them up into some smaller pieces, but
I was taking a bath this morning. And when the water gets too cold, I will get out.
Oh yeah, the 2 people that wake up before the other 2 people.
The other 2 people don't sleep. It's weird. They just don't do anything.
We trance.
Hopefully Andre's not staring at me when I wake up, just like, hello.
No, Yandre at least closes his eyes while he trance.
Oh my god.
Because he's not rude.
Volred has always had privacy, okay? He doesn't
He doesn't
have...
even know he trances with his eyes open. He's just
Correct.
told not to. He's tried to trance in front of his father. It's like, don't you trance in this house. Go to your room.
Well, when I wake up, I will do my prayers and prepare everything for the day. And then I will wait down in the main area for when food starts to be served.
okay.
I'll get out of the barrel tub and start writing some letters at our desk.
Yep. Okie dokie. So, you guys kind of, those of you who are descending down to breakfast, arrive. Kelmac is already present. Seems to be in the process of kind of unpacking some food items.
I will have gone downstairs since Azal is bathing.
So I guess I would have ran into Volred and I got meat pies. You wanna... I remember you like meat pies, right? Yes?
That is correct. I adore a meat pie.
I'll just kind of... What would they have given me to carry it in, Eric?
I don't know. They probably
It's a cloth.
yeah,
Wrap it up.
a basket. A
Oh,
basket
yeah,
with some
I'll
cloth in it.
whatever vessel they decided to be contained in,
Yeah.
I will just pass you 2. Just grabbed at random. I just
Go ahead.
I asked them to just kind of put a variety in there. They had quite a lot of different kinds, but they're pretty good. As I already have one that's like half eaten, and it's one of the just veggie ones.
I will grab the 2 that you present to me, and I will take both of them one by one and just kind of get a whiff to see if I can tell of, what the flavor is. Even as I attempt to distinguish the flavor, I realize that I just need to dig in. So I take a bite from the pie. To let it chill in my mouth and slowly chew and let the flavor profile dance upon my tongue. Now here's a question, Eric. Are these good meat pies?
They're better than a lot of the crap that you have eaten since leaving home. You would say the meat is not of the highest quality, but
They're made with love.
but it is well enough to where if it was served to you, you would not be upset.
I take another bite and just continue to slowly savor the flavor. I admit a noise, and then I inspect the inside, looking at the glop of it all. And what sort of filling is in this one? Do I recognize it?
You just give them a random lottery one, Kelmac.
Yeah, I just grabbed and passed.
Yeah, this one appears to be like a wild hare in some kind of like a giblet gravy, mixed with carrots, potatoes. Looks like some kind of like a sweet bean, like a green bean or something like that. Pretty nice, thick gravy. So.
Kelmac, this is inspiring. The taste profile of is that hog, I assume? Wild hog?
Hare.
Hare, thank you. Hare permeates perfectly with the sweet profile of those beans. I haven't thought about those beans in a minute.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it and have been able to so eloquently describe the reaction to the food as I just take a bite and just eat a pie.
Kelmac, do you ever savor the moment?
Not really. Not really.
Oh. Well, how about this as a treat? The next bite you take, stop thinking and start feeling. Let the food sit upon your tongue as you chew slowly and feel the profile of it permeate throughout your mouth. The sweet profile is dancing on the tip of your tongue, and the sour in the mid. Let yourself feel the feeling. If you have not done that before, I quite recommend it.
I'll keep that in mind. Maybe next time I'll try that with some higher brow food to see what all the hubbub is. But these are good. They're much better than marching food and rations.
Well, suit yourself. I will be enjoying the rest of these pies.
Well, I'm glad you are, because I saw them and thought you looked kind of gloom and hope they would cheer you up.
I've ignored all of those words and have just focused on the pie. And I'm just letting it bring me to like a new level of existence that I've experienced quite many times with some, different tasting sessions. It had been a while since Volred even really, thought to just slow down and really dive into a flavor profile. So he will ignore Calmac for approximately the next 4 minutes, roughly, as he finishes those pies.
Has anyone seen my drugs? They're all missing. I'll come down after like an hour or so.
At this point, I'm just sitting there. I assume Kelmac is doing the same.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, Izal, how was last night? Did y'all get up to some shenanigans?
Well, assuming it's an hour or so later. I'm coming downstairs wearing our nice black garb that we had made. Our fancy clothes.
Thought it was blue.
It's
Blue.
got dark colors. Things.
This is dark blue.
It's dark.
Yes. The dark blue and silver and everything. What? Oh, there was a ghost thing? I don't know, it attacked Yandere, and then we killed it.
Is that what that bell was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Since Yandere's been around, is Yandere around right now? Where is Yandere?
I've been sitting at the table just kind of listening and watching everything happen. I was the first person down at the table waiting for food.
I was like, I could have sworn Yandere was down here. I was like, why is everyone ignoring him?
I didn't know you were there.
Yeah, I was just...
ignoring
this is the time that Yandere has been quiet, which is unusual.
Yandere,
Oh
have you
God,
ever
it's winter, Yandere.
flavored your food?
I didn't say that there wasn't any appearance change at this point. I haven't had a meat pie, and really, after your example just a moment ago and how quickly you told Kelmec to shh, I figured it would be better for me not to ask a lot of questions and wait for you to finish your food.
That was an astute observation.
Thank you.
Oh, you got meat pies?
Yes, and you have one too.
I quickly
Well,
eat it.
tutu.
Isol doesn't wear a tutu.
Yeah.
But there are two meat pies for her as well.
Oh,
So you meant two as well.
The number 2, TOO2.
Is this another prime material thing?
I have two.
Almond is
as well.
hard.
Okay. I quickly eat them, and I don't pay any mind to savoring any of it. They're good.
So, what do we do now?
I was gonna go look at the jobs, see if we could get some footing here, and think about ways of... What is the name of that mage's people? What are they called? I gotta look up
I'm
my
sorry, I
notes.
really couldn't hear what you just said.
The name of the wizard people that tried to kill him.
The rogue gallery? Or the people that have been trying to assassinate?
Nah, the wizard who has the book that we killed.
Whee!
I'm trying to look through my notes to find it.
Me too.
Let me know if you guys need it.
What I miss while I was phasing in and out of existence.
We ignored you.
Yeah, Eric, just get this.
It's the Spellbound Flame.
We need to find out information about them to even know where they're at and figure out a way to, take care of business.
How do we go about finding out more information?
We can look to see if there's any jobs posted that they might have posted for assistance. At least give us at the door with them. We could bring it up in conversation while we're looking into jobs. Based off of them being wizards. I don't know. It's a lot easier with Caleb around.
Unfortunately, Caleb is away, and unless we come across evidence of our own by happenstance, we certainly are going to have to search. And given my role as being one of their targets, I probably should keep some distance and allow all the ability to try to collect information. I did think that using the Hat of Appearance would be helpful, but after what happened in Kiosa, I don't really trust that level of subterfuge.
Well, extended exposure to it, and people looking into it would probably be that issue. So as long as you're not being like the face of a situation, it should be okay. But we still should keep it limited.
Well, somebody immediately realized that I had a disguise on in close proximity. If I were to be in earshot of a conversation, I assume that would be close enough to be seen again.
Right, so we should keep you not at the forefront.
Not what?
At the forefront. But we gotta at least have you around. We can't just have you sitting around. Because if they do know that you're here, then you're sitting duck.
Well, yes, which is why I don't want to be seen. Especially in instances where we're actively seeking out information.
Do I stay here where I go look for I can go look for job postings. That's something that doesn't really require everybody.
I mean, certainly I'll be involved in any action we take, but in terms of just the basic research to find a lead, let's not blow my cover on that level. If my cover's going to be blown, it should be when we're attempting to take them down.
Okay. Anyone else have any ideas on getting information?
I mean, ultimately, one of the things that we could do is, it is a action that could be taken of using Volred as bait and then capturing one of them, but also we don't know if they have any deep connections within the city and where any of their control goes. So that could land us in deep water, and also we have to operate within reason inside the city, as we do not want to get in trouble, because we cannot get out of trouble now.
Okay. That didn't help. So I'm gonna go look for the job postings and see what I can find out about information for them. As well as potential jobs to kill some time while we wait for Caleb.
Okay.
I'll go with you.
Alright.
All right. So, You guys head towards the Guild Hall of the Adventurers Alliance. Making your way a little farther south in town. Uh, Arriving just as you did the previous day. The area or the Guild Hall appears pretty empty today. Just a handful of lone adventurers, as far as you can tell, in the open tap room. As you kind of make your way in, the same clerk that you had met with previously recognizes you and kind of waves. Ah, the guild's newest adventurers. I suppose you're here to peruse our job offerings?
Yep.
Okay, alright. Well then, kind of reaches down, pulls out kind of a stack of papers. Well, is there anything in particular you're looking for? I mean, given your rank, we're somewhat limited.
Well, something that might take at least some time to get it accomplished, a few days or so. We are trying to kill some time.
Okay.
I do have a question, if you can find anything, though. Currently, we don't have one of our guild members with us. He's our arcanist. He wasn't here yesterday. But when he gets in the town, he always has this tendency to ask around, like, where he can meet up other mages guilds or the colleges, so we can start investigating and kind of getting information about, like, how you could join, get more powerful, that kind of thing. So I figured I'd ask the question before he gets here.
Well, in terms of magic, there's not a lot here in Coriston, or really in the Principality more broad. Though that is something his lordship is hoping to change. Coriston, as you may know, is somewhat unique in the sense that we don't have a lot of flat land, so we end up working a lot in luxury goods to make up for all the stuff that we have to import. Magic is just a little expensive in terms of importing at the moment, but hopefully something that will work up in the future, though that kind of stuff will probably be handled over in Leesden, since they've got a little more area to kind of go around with. Plus, it's a little closer to Loalalor, so it can be a little more central in that respect. But if I come up with anything, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So, let's see. Silver Eagle status. Right. So you said you were looking to kill some time. Is the killing of time more important than the bounty? I mean, I have some items here that have kind of been left by some of our other adventurers that I could give you, mostly because some of the people around here consider it not a good time investment for the money. That said, that doesn't mean that there aren't an opportunity for bonuses. It's just, it's lower tier pay, so.
I think right now we're looking to get a feel for what's available, because we won't make a decision without the majority rule, and it's only Andre and me today, so we'll have to bring back the information we can get.
Okay. Well, I do have a request that got sent to us from our sister guild in the Kingdom of Cyrodian, or Surrenda. That lies southwest of here, across the Gulf. They apparently have a settlement along their eastern borderland that they've received some refugees from. It lies along the banks of the Purin Marsh, it looks like the river that comes in from the mountains south of there has spontaneously run dry. They put out a request, the village did anyway, to try and see if any of the local adventurers there might be willing. Apparently, there's some particularly dangerous beasts that are roaming the wilds up the river's run, such that the local village can't handle it, and it seems the adventurers in Malgian can't either. So they're hoping for some outsource work. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay very well, only about 250 gold. But the task is only to head up the river and figure out the source of the dry spot. So hopefully that should be relatively low stress. Though if you are able to resolve the issue, the local lord there is willing to pay a bonus. And so there's also another job here. Well, I suppose since you are the first ones to come here and stuff is light, I'll give you guys first crack, though. I'll warn you, if you don't take this one, it will most likely be taken really quickly. And who knows, hell, it might even be outside your skill. There is a village north of here that lies within the Principality of Khoristan, just north of Argenta, so a little shorter distance. They had a small eruption of earth. A section of ground seems to have given way, and unearthed what looks to be a dungeon. So the village has sent some scouting parties inside. None have returned. They also occasionally hear some strange sounds echoing from deep within. Nothing seems to have come out of the dungeon yet, so the alderman has simply boarded the place up, put a round-the-clock guard, and called in for an adventuring group to investigate. Given the distance from Azrin, it will probably be a few days before any other adventurers manage to reach the city, and so this is a first come, first serve kind of thing. And that's probably the most interesting stuff. There's a couple other issues. One of the local shipping guilds is asking a disciplined group to transport some cargo to a neighboring town. Standard fare there. There's also as he kind of goes through, merchant is seeking some mercenaries to serve as intermediaries in a business negotiation. Not really much extra information there. But as you can see, some standard fare, some traditionally good stuff, but it's just kind of what you're interested in.
How far is the one in Syrinda?
Syrinda. Yeah, the kingdom lies, it's outside Khoristan. You can take a boat there. Let's see, Khoristan. That would probably take you just a little over a day to get there by boat. And then the city from there, as far as I know, is about a day and a half southeast of Malgian.
So we're looking at 2.5 to 3 days, if we take a boat.
Aye, each way. So, unfortunately, I'd offer you the opportunity of the guild's teleportation circle, but we don't have anyone at the guild today who can cast a particular spell, and plus, normally we charge for that service, unless you're one of our more senior members.
Well, what do you think, Yonde? Should we go back and put this to the vote?
Yeah, I think it would be wise to have everybody weigh in on what we're doing.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, again, I'll just remind you, a couple of these are, if you want the good jobs, you might want to come in and snag them up before lunch. Because after then, the adventurers around here kind of start waking up after they're, boozing and celebrating the night before. So I can't say how much longer I'll have these jobs available.
We're responsible adventurers.
Good. Glad to hear it.
All right. We'll be back shortly. And we leave. After we get outside.
Exit guild hall.
Hey, Yonder, he said that there's no, major magic organizations here.
No
major
magic.
That's right. Which is odd since we're supposed to be in the city where the fire, whatever they were supposed to be from.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The fire ghost, whatever they are. I don't remember the names of them.
The Spellbound Flame?
Yeah, that one.
So yeah, I mean, he did say that there's not really a lot of magic or major magic in most of those, but I don't know if this will get us at least close to the area that we want to be in.
Well, they're supposed to be, centered around this city, at least, but, you wouldn't mention it as a high magic organization.
That's true. Are we sure that they're centered around the city?
That's what Volred and them said.
Well, then that's the best thing that we have so far. Unless something changes, we just stay around the city.
This is a secret organization.
Well, I would imagine it's probably a secret. They tried to assassinate people and then left off.
Yeah,
and then tried to hide.
Governments do that, though, and they're not a secret organization.
I don't know if this group was working with the government. We don't know a lot of information, so really making a lot of assumptions about this isn't really going to help us until we get some more concrete information.
I just want to make some assumptions.
You do that a lot.
Got nothing else to do with my time.
That's fair.
We head back.
I'll follow.
We get back to the group. Go up to the room so we're not out in the open areas stuff. Alright. Kelmac, Volred. We have
That's what we got.
a few options. We've got protect the king from a wild assassination. We have 2 black dragons attacking the coast off the far east. And then we've got a couple of cargo ones. What do you want to do? None of those are very good lies.
Okay. Just, you know what? I think Yandere and you would want to take the black dragons. So I'll vote for the black dragons. Obviously, not believing the lie, but just going with it.
They said the reward was the experience we got along the way, though.
It sounds like a really good proposition for new budding adventurers.
There was no dragons.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there stuff to the south, though?
Probably.
So,
Got a lot of stuff to the north. There's one. There's a
I
there's
mean,
a
is there?
city where the close by river had started to run dry. It's a small reward of 250 gold to at least check on what caused the river to go dry. But it's like a 2.5 day trip if we take a ship.
And where is that? That's at the like Malgian, right?
It's from Serenda. Serenda?
I don't see that on the
Malgian
map.
is the capital city of Serinda.
Oh, okay, Kingdom of Surrender. Okay,
Yes.
and then the river runs through into the Purin Marsh.
Yes.
There's that one.
Okay.
Um, there's also a village up to the north from here, and a couple cities, states away, I guess. There's a dungeon that popped up. No one's taken that quest yet, so it'd really be more of a first come, first serve, investigate, go through. There, we can transport some cargo, or we can. There's a request for some intermediaries for a negotiation. Definitely our strong suit on that last one.
I I personally would care to help that village in Surrenda down south, to try to get their river running again. Uh, but obviously, there is a higher motive for us to be doing things, and in so, I think maybe the intermediation or the um, cargo bodyguard would probably be our best bet.
I agree.
Maybe
I agree with Kelmac. I think either of those options could also put us in a position to interact with people who may have information about the spellbound. A river going dry randomly has to not be happenstance. There's a reason. Perhaps they are linked. Perhaps they're not. Either way, it puts us in direct contact with people who may have answers that we can try to pry out of them.
and it does stand that sometimes bandits and guerrilla tactic groups do embed themselves or come from a smaller village in the local area, and then are they're recruited through grievances or some other malcontent they carry towards a specific group, and then are brought into the fold. So maybe they have small presences everywhere, and they just called that assassin and the mage, questioning the mage.
Okay. So I kind of want to do the river thing too. Mostly because transporting cargo is not going to do anything but buy some time and get a little bit of coin in our pockets.
Then I was okay with the river. Sounds like Vored's okay with the river. You're okay with the river, Yandre?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, then we will go ahead and take the river, and we'll leave that northern dungeon to maybe a more seasoned or someone who could end up giving information if they're not able to complete it.
Yeah. Also, they said there are really strong monsters in the woods surrounding the river that I'm very excited to meet.
Ah, so that is the ulterior motive for possibly going there.
I like to hit things, and there are things to hit. Also, they said that the Order of the Spellbound Flame, well, they didn't say anything about them, but when I asked about magical organizations, they didn't bring up anybody, including them. So, whatever information about them will probably be more of a seedy underbelly type of information to gather. And I'm not very good at that part, so...
I'm not either. Just motioning towards the very shiny metal I'm wearing. Just not a ne'er do well.
The person from the guild said it would probably take about a day and a half, or a full day's trip on a ship to go all the way there. So I can go turn in our request for the quest, and we can get ready to go. Let's have something to do today.
Yeah, sure. OOC, it's what is it? It's like 2.5, 3 days to actually get to the village.
Yes.
Yeah,
It should
'cause-
take you guys about a day by boat, and then a day and a half from Malgian. If you
Okay.
look at the map, each hex is about what you guys can travel in one day.
Okay, and they're just at they're at the edge of the hex from Malgian following the road.
Well, surrender.
Or they're they're
Yeah,
they're
pretty
somewhere
much
in
like-
there. They're somewhere in
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see because there's trees there, but pretty much where the road hits the Purin Marsh, that's the area you guys would be going to. Right there at the border of the
of
kingdom.
Surrenda and the marsh.
Yes, because the
Okay.
marsh isn't technically part of any domain.
All right, I'm gonna go get the request in. Can someone go try to get a ship that's going out that way?
Yeah, I will go try to see if we can find a ship out there.
Cool.
So, Izal, you return to the Adventurers Guild post haste.
Hello.
So, when you arrive, the clerk kind of sees you in the process of kind of shuffling back some paperwork. Well, I told you guys to be quick, and we're quick.
It's easy to vote when everyone wants the same thing.
All right. So, what did you guys decide on?
We are going to go with the mystery river one.
Have to admit, that wasn't what I was expecting.
Oh.
Well,
Not always in it for all the money. It just seems like something that could be helpful.
yeah. Well, I'm sure the King of Surrender will be very happy. All right, and he kind of reaches in and pulls out a sheet. Goes, okay. Well, yes. Just to kind of go over it again. Your primary goal at this point in time is to head to the village of Eldon, which basically lies along Hedegar's trail between Malgian and Gerlin. So I think the fastest way there is to just take a boat from Coriston to Malgian and then take the trail eastward. Short of using the guild's teleportation services. And then you guys should find the village there. From what I understand, no one remains in the village after a prolonged period of the dry river and no one coming to help them out. Most of the villagers departed the village and are now refugees in Malgian. So perhaps you can speak to some of the locals when you arrive there. The King of Surrender is offering 250 gold to anyone who can provide an answer. Bonus gold to be awarded if you're able to actually resolve the problem. Yes. I would check in with the local guild when you get there. They'll probably be able to get you some more information because, as I said, this is just kind of us helping out a sister chapter. So I'll probably be able to tell you more about the area in case. So just double checking, this is the one you guys are agreeing to take?
Yep.
Awesome. And he kind of goes through, sets up another sheet of paper, looks like a form, and kind of quickly fills it, pours in some wax and stamps, kind of rolls it up, hands over a leather folio. There you go. That's the warrant. So basically you are now acting on behalf of the guild. And so just for my own records, will you guys taking a boat or will you guys be getting teleportation?
We'll be taking a ship. We're
Okay.
acquiring it right now.
Awesome. All right. Well, okay. No need to bring it all the way back. The quest, as it stands, will end in Malgian, since they're the ones actually paying the bounty. So once you get that done, you can just kind of feel free to go back there to collect your reward. All right. Any questions?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Awesome. Well,
Bye-bye.
my pleasure.
Andy.
Okay. And then, Kelmac, roll me a straight charisma, if you don't mind.
Oh, come on! 6.
Wow.
It stumbled on the 16.
Okay. So let's see here.
The way it goes.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. You can roll a natural 20 and then roll min damage. It happens. Okay. You do find a ship who is willing to take you. Let me just double check and make sure I get that right. Let's see. 60 points. So that would run you 7 gold per person.
Are they a? Is it a trade ship or a passenger ship?
It's a trade ship.
Are
Particularly, they are in the process of heading to Malgian to pick up a number of foodstuffs, wheat, vegetables, things like that. And they are bringing to Malgian some luxury goods.
Are they from Coriston? Like, is this their home port?
This is their home port, yes.
Could I convince them, since this will be Adventure Alliance business, a maybe 1 gold discount, as gold is
like
a
1
lot.
gold ahead?
Yeah, so you said it's 7 per?
Yeah.
Yeah. As we will do all that we can to stay out of the way of transportation and operations.
Yeah, he kind of looks at you after a little bit of back and forth. He decides that's fine. At the very least, once you kind of explain what you're doing, he's like, well, the Kingdom of Serenda's, been good to us, so...
We're just going to help the people, Like,
that's fine.
We don't know what's going on with that river.
But they're going to say, but you'll be responsible for checking in with customs and excise when you arrive. They won't do your paperwork for you.
Ooh, paperwork.
Which shouldn't be a big deal considering you guys will have a warrant, but...
A screen pops up and Isol just perks up. Ooh, paperwork. Someone said paperwork. That's fine. We'll take care of our own declarations of goods if needed.
Okay. All right. Easy enough. And they're willing to depart. They're just in the process of trading out some goods. So be there a couple hours. Provided there's no last minute things that you guys are going to do, we can go ahead and head to break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't know how everyone is on rations. We've got rations.
You guys can feel free to, purchase some on the way to go. Also, if you guys have any downtime-ish activities that you guys are wanting to do on that day, some progress you want to make, feel free to add that in the chat just so that we have a record of it. Okay, well then I guess we will see you guys here in about 15 minutes and see what you guys kind of get down to in Malgian.
Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Till the rest go home. Now I only see you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar.
Oh,
Yes, let us all play. Okay, so, I was gonna say,
Welcome back.
Yeah, so I guess you guys aren't doing any stuff while you guys are on the road. So, you arrive in the coastal city of Malgian, the capital town of the kingdom of Surrender. You had perhaps expected, yes?
I was going to add some rations before we left. How much is it per ration?
I think there are 5 silver per day.
Cool. I'm going to add those. I'm doing 5. Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry, continue.
So, you may be accustomed, some of you at least, to sprawling capital cities for these kingdoms. The kingdom of Surrender appears not to be such a kingdom, as the town of Malgian is actually quite small. In fact, from what you can tell, you scarcely think it has more than 2,000 residents. A city perhaps even half the size of Kyosa, for comparison. It does, however, have a partially fortified wooden palisade, and a series of stone and mostly timber buildings. Most everything is 1 or 2 stories, and slants off from a high section of rock that slowly slopes towards the sea. If not for its blessings of a deep water port, it's hard to imagine that any such a place could be considered a capital at all. Nonetheless, Malgian's port appears quite bustling, with large crates of food and other objects, which appears to be its single greatest export. As you approach the harbor master's area, just kind of a small 1-story building with kind of a tall watchtower that overlooks the bay. You arrive in a place that resembles something more like a rustic post office. Very little in the way of lines, however, and you are quickly helped, your papers stamped, and ushered on without much issue. everything here appears to be more like a frontier town that calls itself a kingdom. So, the town is yours. Anywhere in particular you guys want to go?
What time did we come into port?
It takes about 24 hours, so just round lunch. Just after lunch, mid-afternoon.
I don't know the availability of. Well, you did describe it as a.
Hall.
Okay. If there is one.
They have a sister set up.
The Adventurers Alliance?
Yes.
Yep.
Is there one?
Yes. You were explicitly told that there was one.
Okay.
Takes you guys a little bit of time to find it, however. This place, Guild Hall as it is, looks much more like a small, little more than a cottage, but a small dwelling, mostly dominated by the storage area in the back, and kind of a long bar that segregates the front shop area from the back. As far as you can tell, there are a grand total of 2 employees that work there. An older woman who seems to man the front, whilst a younger woman, perhaps of some relation due to their similar hair and body style, manages some of the back. As you guys enter, the woman kind of glances over, eyes falling on the marks, the necklaces that bear your guild affiliation. Kind of looks over. Ah, so adventurers. Well, kind of glancing over. Nice ones too, as far as I can tell. Got some good gear with you. So, what is it I can help you with? I don't really have much for adventurers of your caliber, I'd say.
We're actually here to fulfill a request for one of the other sister guilds that are with you, for
The
river?
guild in Coriston.
Right. There's apparently you had a bunch of refugees come in, and a river had dried up north.
Yeah, yes. I understand that one's actually been on the books quite a while. Actually, a couple of weeks at least. I'll have to be honest, I didn't much expect anyone to actually take up the offer. Certainly not from a bigger city. But nonetheless, happy to have you. Yes. Well, hello. My name's Gail. I am I suppose you could say, the guild mistress in charge of the chapter house here. I suppose Erwin kind of briefed you on the particulars.
Right. We'll be investigating further up the river to find out what's causing it to dry up,
And I think
potentially solving it.
Indeed, indeed.
Are there any residents of that town that are currently in the city that we might be able to speak to?
Yes, there is indeed. Most of them have some temporary lodgings and some boarding houses that lie kind of on the northern edge of town. Not too far from the Lord's manor house, but still over there. So we're just kind of doing what we can as a community to house them and assimilate them until they can go home, or we can find them other employment elsewhere. Thankfully, it was a smaller village, so I mean, while we're not exactly set up to absorb that kind of population increase, yeah, it could be worse.
All right. So I guess we'll go ask some questions to them and see if they
Is
can give us any
there-
information.
Is there a mayor or
King.
some regional leader of the village who may be able to give more direct information as
You
I'm
mean the
sure
alderman?
alderman? Yes, ma'am.
Aye, the man you're wanting to refer to, his name's Million. Good man, aged. Personally surprised he managed to make the trek all the way, but he's still the alderman and saw his people straight here. So he's probably the one you want to speak to if you head over there.
See, what was the town's name again?
Eldon.
Eldon? Like Elden Ring.
Nope.
It's spelled
Eldwin.
with an A.
Nope.
Eldon?
Nope.
Doesn't even have an
E-
L in it.
It does have an
EL
L in it.
ELDYN.
Nope.
ELDON.
Close.
Nina.
Two L's.
ELDEN.
It's LDEN.
Just no E, just an L.
Yep.
You son of a bitch.
Hey, if Ladasha. Let's not even get into that.
Hyphen.
It's not a legitimate name.
La.
Way to spell my name.
I just want to make notes, Eric. Alright, thank you very much, ma'am. And we will get right to that.
All right. Well, looking forward to it.
Alright. We'll leave the building and head up to where those refugees are being held at and see if they have any information about what might have went on in the city.
Yeah.
Town.
Passing along to the north area of the town, but you do come across an area that's got some larger buildings. You assume them to be inns or something. But asking around, you are able to find a small cottage where apparently the alderman happens to be staying with some relatives of his. Upon being brought inside, the alderman, Million, happens to actually be resting in a bed. It seems as though he did not fare well in the journey. He is quite aged. But he does his best to kind of sit up when he's told that adventurers have come. And to kind of move over and keep high spirits as you guys come in. It's like, come. Yes. You're the adventurers who are going to try and solve our problems.
Well, at least one of them.
Aye, that's good. It's been far too long. We just thankfully, His Majesty put up some extra money, I'm guessing, which is, I guess, enough to get some proper adventurers out here. Unfortunately, his surrender isn't well known for its adventuring population, so you don't have much to speak of.
We were wondering if you had any information about what might have happened when the river began to dry up or run short. Was there any changes in the sky, loud noises, extra
Wildlife being
agitated wildlife coming from that area?
Hard to say exactly. Mostly, it was as if most of the river dried up overnight, one evening, actually. And then we managed to get, a little bit of rain, kind of here in the early spring, and that has allowed some water to flow, but it seems that the source in the mountains is simply not sending water downstream. And unfortunately, we're at least a solid day's travel, if not a day and a half, making our way to the mountains. So, and those are treacherous lands. As I said, no one in my village is of any real martial skill, so we dare not travel far enough upriver so far from home to deal with the monsters that live that far south. But
I see.
Is there?
Go ahead.
we had placed a small reward, such as we could get a meager 50 gold coins, but no one saw fit to take the job.
Kelmac, you had something?
Yes. Serinda is not the typical shower of wealth through its cities. Is there a group from a neighboring free state or someone who maybe wanted that land and starved it out to maybe push in bandits who maybe tried to come through and y'all were able to repel them?
No, I understand how it sounds. Our village lies near the Purin Marsh, and it's as far as Serinda and the neighboring free realm of Dolorath are concerned. It's a bit of a no man's land. No one really ceases to claim it. I'm not even entirely sure if our village lies within the kingdom of Serinda itself. Once you get out that close to the border, territorial lines start to fade.
Get a little hazy.
A little. But yes, I mean, I guess technically speaking, we have a little more contact to the dwarves that live in Kelgarum. Most of the headwaters of the mountains are up there. I suppose it's possible the dwarves have done something, though I can't imagine them doing so maliciously. After all, the dwarves have traded freely with Serinda for quite a long time. In truth, from what I understand, our trade between the two areas have been a source of great boon between the two of us, so I'm not entirely certain, but who knows for sure.
When's the last time you were all in contact with the dwarves of them?
Well, it's a collection. Kelgarum is actually a collection of dwarven lands. Several smaller clans that lie within the areas that are western fringe of the Silver Mountains. They hardly compare to the Iron Kingdoms, of course, but they come down from time to time, mostly to trade in food and timber. But most of their trading is actually done with Malgian directly. But I suppose the last we saw them, it would have been a couple of months back, I would say, around the start of winter.
No rumors of unrest, conflict, warnings of oh no, oh see, I'm having a brain fart, I can't think of the word. Delays in back in character, delays in supply routes.
No, I had inquired of some of the locals here when we arrived, thinking that might well have been a possibility, but from what the traders here have said, the dwarves have continued to send their shipments unheeded, or unimpeded. So, as far as I can tell, no one here is aware of anything in the dwarven lands that would have caused such a problem.
All right. That's all I have question-wise. Alderman Million.
John Trey, any questions? Board?
Any questions?
No. If that's all the information available, then no.
I have one question then. We end it off with. You've made statements that the forested areas are very dangerous for your people to go in. Are there any particular things that one would expect to come across that they'd want to avoid?
Well, we have the average bears, wolves. I'd say a couple of years back, we even had a wyvern nesting up near the mountains. Haven't seen it in quite some time, though. Most likely the dwarves ran it off. I have heard tale of some, creatures. The dwarves have lots of mines that run through those mountains, so occasionally some things make their way to the surface, but that's far south, at least a day's ride south of Eldon, so it's not likely, or not at all common, for such things to make their way so far north.
Okay, that gives us an idea, at least of a few things. Thank you for your time. You should probably rest up a bit. You look like you're straining a little bit. We'll try to get you back home as quick as possible.
I'm not as young as I used to be.
We'll try to get everything taken care of that we can for you.
Of course. There was one of our village who remained behind, who would not make the journey. A friend of mine named Harlan. He's lived in the village as long as I have. We've known each other all our lives. Hopefully he's still alive. If he is still there, I suppose you could get more information from him. And if he's not, well, I would like to know.
Eric, you said his name was Harlan?
Harlan.
Harlan.
Yeah. Normal, regular name.
Harlan.
It's a little old school. I get you. I understand. But it's not a made-up name.
Harllen.
No.
Dang it.
Harlan? Did we already try that?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, I got it.
Yes, the correct way to spell Harlan.
We should just make fun of any name that's not spelled weird from now on. It's like, how do you spell
Yeah.
your name? Chris.
Spell
C-H-R-I-S.
Christopher. QW.
I'm done. No, I don't need to talk to him no more.
We're talking about that's the regular way of spelling it. It's when they spell it with like
Yeah, the right way.
What? So weird.
That's not Christopher, that's Christopher.
His name's Tom. T-O-M. Where's the rest of the letters? What do you mean?
Where's all the silent letters? Where's the rest of you?
No silent N. Leave the building. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well wishes. Yada yada.
Don't say yada yada.
Yada yada.
Disrespectful little shit. No.
I'll clean you in half, old man.
He's already got one foot out the door.
Easy.
Um,
Like a hot knife through butter.
do we want to stay here tonight and start in the morning?
No, I'll get moving.
Do we want to go then the next question is, do we want to go straight north towards the mountains? We will intercept the
South.
river. South. Uh, but that would be back country. Um,
I want to head to the town first.
down and meet up with Harlan.
See, investigate there. If you drowned out or
Dried out.
a city, if there's a reason to do that, people might have moved in. So I think investigating the town makes more sense.
Then okay. Seeing as how y'all did not bring any of your mounts with you.
No,
Technically, we just assumed you brought them from Abelon.
I thought we left them at Volred's house.
Yeah, last I heard they were in Kyosa.
Yes, that was the last one. I was just assuming. Otherwise, I mean, who knows when you're going to get those mounts back?
Looks like y'all are walking.
Oh no. Well,
No,
all right,
walking's
we'll
not horrible. Yeah.
So the old man probably made it here by walking.
If he can walk it, I don't know what anyone else has to complain about. My bunions.
Nope, he was in the back of a cart.
That's fine. He's the alderman.
All right, it's about a day and a
And
half.
he's
travel.
old.
Y'all ready to go?
Yeah.
I am.
You are.
Let's get it moving.
So, you depart out of the eastern gate, making your way along Hedegar's trail. Trail definitely being the operative word, as this road is mostly just made from continuous carts running along it that have trampled the grass. So it is not a established road, but rather just a series of ruts that have been ground over time. Nonetheless, the place appears fairly safe and open, with only sparse trees. It does take a little bit of time before you guys leave all the trappings of civilization, as there are acres and acres and acres, many square miles, in fact, of farm that just seems to stretch out in all directions from Malgian.
Is this
You
still
get
the
the
same wheat field?
you get the sense that Malgian's a very agrarian economy, and so farm and farm products is a significant portion of their economy. So, let's see here. Okay. Much of the following day and a half, what remains of this day and then the following day, is uneventful. You do spot twice a couple merchant carts that seem to be coming from the direction you're traveling towards. And then you do occasionally see like some pockets of like little steadings that have like their own farms and such. Most of those little thorps, perhaps like 3 or 4 buildings, some farmland, some cattle, and that's it. If you prompt them, they will allow you to stay in the barn at night, especially if you kind of tell them as you're going. But towards the late afternoon of the following day, this point, actually, you guys would have left, 26, so this is now the 27th.
Hit the fast travel button.
Gotta keep his calendar.
But unfortunately, I don't have a little program that that keeps track of all the time for me. You guys arrive on the outskirts of what you believe to be Eldon. There is a small village that lies along a kind of small fracturing band of rivers and springs that run along the eastern edge of this little village. Perhaps only about 24 buildings total can be seen. The farms here appear somewhat a little dried out and, quite frankly, overrun with natural vegetation. Um, and there does not appear to be much anyone. Though some small kind of fortification breaks have been put at the periphery of the village and off kind of in the north. You can see the land just kind of open and then slowly um, fall into the Purin Marsh, which seems to stretch all the way out to the horizon. Um, as you guys approach, the air gets a little thicker, and you can get a little more insect activity, mosquitoes and such, due to your close proximity. Taking a look at some of the areas where the water would be, you do indeed see a series of small riverbeds that are completely dried up and starting to grow in. The only thing kind of uh, letting you know that these were once rivers and not simply swales is you can still see the kind of dried out and cracked clay of the riverbed present, fighting off some of the encroaching vegetation.
So we're at the town?
As far as you can
Yes.
tell.
Just yell out, hello!
I'll
You
join
hear
in
kind
with
of
hello?
the squeaking of wood as you see kind of a door open in a nearby cottage. A man, very thin, with kind of a long gray beard and long kind of wavy gray-white hair, kind of steps out. He's got kind of really leathery, like weather-worn skin, and wears kind of this rough-spun clothing that's some kind of mixture of somewhere between like a gray and a tan, heavily faded though. Kind of steps out. Oh, counts. I'm sorry, but we don't really have much to spare. Village is in hard times, and quite honestly, I'm the only one left.
Do we have the pleasure of speaking with Harlan?
Kind of looks over. Yeah, you do.
You're a wanted man. Let's get him.
I'm the man. Million. We are adventurers here from Coriston to investigate why the rivers have dried up for your town. We've already had a little talk with your alderman, Million, and he told us that you were staying here. And so we thought to come and see what's been going on since everyone's left.
Ah, let's see. Oh. Well, it's good you come. And he kind of gestures to so some like log stumps just kind of outside. Oh, yeah. Go, please. Sorry. Have a seat. I'll see if I have some water or something. You
Don't
must
worry.
be parched.
Don't worry, we got that taken care of. How have you been getting water?
Well, there's a well. Not much water in it nowadays. Enough for one. The biggest issue isn't necessarily water to drink, but with the river all dried up, our crops have kind of started, well, dying off. So it's more an issue of food, I guess, in that sense.
Understandably so.
Do you have like a basin for rain catching?
Yeah, I I have a barrel
All right.
that
Where's that at?
catch. It's just off here to the side of the house.
All right. Let me help you out for a second, and I'll go over to it
Oh
and
yeah.
pull out my alchemy jug. Now give it a little shake.
I also believe you have
Decanter.
a decanter of endless water.
That's for me.
The river.
I'm just gonna prop it up at the very top. Look, problem solved.
The river floweth. Ta-da!
I will fill the. I'll put 8 gallons of fresh water in the barrel. Just from the decanter, or not the decanter, but alchemy jug.
Okay. You kind of looks like it's. Well, that's a very useful object.
Alright, sit up. Don't worry about water.
I appreciate it.
We're good. And your food, however, can't help you right now.
But our main
It's fine.
objective is to help get this river running again. Since
I certainly appreciate that. He kind of looks over to the river. Not really sure how you'll get the Luke Rose running again, but hopefully you do.
While Calmax extracting him, I'll use my decanter to use fountain and pour like gallons of water into the barrel till it's full.
since you've been here and everyone's been gone, has anything come into town, come near town? Any strange creatures, people, brigands, vagabonds, bandits?
Jerks.
Anything unusual that may be part of delaying the river?
Oh, nothing like that, unfortunately. At this point in time, about the only thing that comes around here is occasional trade caravan that travels between Malgian and Gerlin. Thankfully, some of the traders there have seen pity on me when they see what the village is like. Eldon's a reasonably popular stop for some of those, and it's one of the reasons why we survive on the borderland, as those traders can generally bring us just about anything we need. And they give us good price, too, considering we are a safe spot near the Purin Marsh, almost near in the middle of their trail. So it's worked out pretty well. Some of them have managed to give me a little bit of food here and there to keep me going. But I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm not really long for this world anyway. I'm in my late 80s. You know, I thought about
Just
taking
gonna just
the road in Amalgam, but it don't really make much sense, really. Honestly, at my age, and I'm not entirely sure I would have survived the journey, and even if I did, I'd just be one more mouth to feed. Now, I was born in this village. I was raised here. I haven't really gone any farther off, so I just assumed rather die here, you know.
born here, die here. Well, hopefully we could get your home back to order.
Have you noticed anything coming to the village since it's been abandoned?
Just kind of looks at you coming around from time. Your friend here just asked me that. No, I haven't. Other than the occasional trader, it's mostly just been me.
I don't know if I missed it, but did anybody happen to go up the river to see why it stopped flowing?
We tried. We thought perhaps just some beavers had gone in and done something, or perhaps something had flowed in from the forest and kind of just stopped it all up. Uh, but we went up, followed the track. Oh, I'd say about half a day. And still there, as far as we can tell. And basically, once you get into the forests south of here, stuff starts getting awfully dangerous in a hurry. Bears and wolves and occasionally orcs that make their way through there. Uh, the dwarves that live up in the mountains tend to take care of most of that stuff, as they do technically part of the
Control.
southernmost areas of the forest or within their domain. But
If I'm hoping we don't end up having to go that far up. If we do end up wandering out of Surrender, will we be violating any laws that would cause us to get in trouble with the dwarves?
no, I wouldn't say really. Mostly the areas down in the south. It's not so much that the dwarves own them per se. It's more that there's a distance at which some of the surrounding areas are actually able to keep control. And, it's basically just wilderness.
It's out of the zone of control.
Yeah, as long as you. By the way that works, mostly as long as you don't come near the steadings, any of their halls or their mines, that's generally where they care about the jurisdiction. Although obviously I wouldn't attack any dwarves you find. Not that I think you'll have a problem with that. The dwarves of Kilgaroom are pretty nice, all things considered. Old-fashioned, yes, but I guess well, they have kind of an isolated society, but very well free in trade.
So OOC, just to go over what we've learned, nothing has come to the village. They don't know of anything that went upriver to dam it. And past half a day's journey upriver, they didn't find anything because it gets too dangerous.
Yeah, for too dangerous for
The normal
commoners
people. Yeah.
and farmers.
Yeah.
What time of day is it now?
At this point in time, late evening. About time you should be thinking about making camp.
Harlan, I do know that this is your home and it is other people's home, but would it be alright if we commandeered an abode to rest for the evening? As long as we do not disturb it too much, just so we can lie our head and sleep the night away.
Oh, you might as well. See no reason why not. I mean, realistically, most of the people that left here left without any intention really of ever coming back. So, as far as I'm concerned, take whatever you think might be useful. Consider it part of our reward, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Well, should go find ourselves some place to stay then.
We'll need to. So we can have rations. Oh, see, we can have rations for dinner, but do we want to maybe see if there's a wildlife nearby we could catch some game or something?
Yes, have lots of ADAC meat.
We do still have lots of ADAC meat?
We got like 20 pounds left.
Oh,
and
fuck.
I don't mention it because you're like, let's go do something. Like, don't take
Nah.
Volred somewhere where he will mass murder animals, because he will do it.
Nah, dude. Let's get Harlan a good ass meal at ADAC.
Cool. I'm gonna get a fire started, and I'll get some of this meat out. I'm gonna go look around for a house. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your pick. I mean, most of them are just standard little cottages.
While I look around, is there a blacksmith in this, like a abandoned blacksmith style, since it's a trade area?
There looks as though there was one that might have been a blacksmith. It's got a hearth,
Like
and like a forge, but the tools and the anvil and such are gone.
Yeah, they would have taken that on the cart.
Can't hear you, Jace.
I was talking to myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll set up in a cooking area if there's a cauldron available. Make some 8-act stew if they have some dried vegetables.
Everything's dried here.
Yeah, everything's dry.
Well, yeah,
Option.
I know, but you know what I mean.
I'm gonna take out 2 pounds 8-act meat for everyone.
I'll get a fire going and get a cauldron? Not a cauldron.
Pot.
A pot going.
It's just a pot.
Clean it out if it's dirty.
Yeah, I mean, Harland offers you his, because everyone else would have taken their pots, because those are expensive to replace for commoners. But, yep. Yep, and start that process, everything. Harlan kind of shows you, like, where, some of the surrounding vegetables and stuff, are, and you guys can probably find at least enough to build kind of a meager stew, with some potatoes and carrots and onions and stuff.
If anyone knows how to cook better than Kelvin, please give inputs, or else you will just get the most basic thing.
Yeah, Kelmac is a soldier. He knows how to make shit on a shingle and stuff in a pot.
Well, he doesn't cook for himself.
Yeah, I've made food before. I will assist in this whole thing. 'Cause I don't trust you.
And Yandere is not familiar with all of the herbs and spices of the farm, so no.
Just garlic on everything.
Plus, they'll have a lot more veggie-related diet anyway.
Let's make some food. Rest up and go to bed. Get ready for the morning to go kill something.
Good filling meal. Go to sleep.
So, you guys awake the following day.
The 28th.
Mm-hmm. Which at this point in time means you guys are reaching the end of what would be March.
Okay, so it's pretty much planting season, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss the tournament.
This would have been this would have eventually been the first round of vegetables.
Yeah, I'll just I don't know, munch on some ration for breakfast. Very much here, so then we'll probably head out. If anyone else has anything else they want to investigate in the town.
No, but I will say, whenever we wake up the next morning, you see this is just a black blonde here, Yandere, with very nice conversation.
Got some summer Yandere.
That's summer yonder. Oh, buddy.
Andre, you seem to switch forms again.
I figured since we're going to be adventuring out and doing some crazy stuff, I better be better.
A little bit of see, I'm having a lot of brain breaks today on words. Spontaneity. A little spontaneity is good for surprises.
Can't hear you.
More a little refreshing.
We'll look back. Yeah, if everyone's ready, we'll go ahead and head up river. I would think it's difficult to go through. It's just dry, so we could probably just walk in the middle or walk on the bank. I don't know. How big is the river?
Well, so the actual place that you guys are at is the section is called Blue Crow's Back. And it's a spur. Yes, it's a spur of the River, which travels, which is a much bigger area. And this is a spur tributary branching off the river, and then it's marched somewhere else. But yeah. So at this point in time, you would see probably only about 15, 20 feet in width and relatively shallow. At least from what you can tell of where plants grow.
Is it doing that thing where, like, where a little creek was, and when it dries up, plants just grow like weeds and just kill it real quick?
Yeah, all except for the section of bottom, the previously stated, the clay and the sediment is hard enough there, where stuff hasn't been able to grow there just quite yet. Give it a bit more time.
Follow the creek till it comes back to the river. Half a day, west is, unless we run into anything.
So what do y'all think is happening?
I think, since they mentioned orcs may have gotten past maybe some dwarven patrols and have dammed up the river. I don't know if maybe that dungeon appearing north, maybe there was a movement underground and caused a sinkhole to form and drain whatever water is coming through. Could be our darks.
Paranoid. Well, you Volred, what do you think?
I don't know, but we're going to have to just jump in somehow.
Yeah, Andre, you have any thoughts? I think it's magic.
Magic.
Yeah.
We don't really know until we go check out.
No, I just figured we were walking for half a day. I'd probably ask this at some point.
There's probably lots of questions asked, and then followed by very deafening silences.
Should we make extra noise to scare away large animals, or no noise to not attract enemies?
I'm not sure because all they've mentioned is there's wolves and bears. So maybe just a little bit of noise to keep them away. screaming me out, but like, just enough.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty much all metal here, so a lot of noise is coming out. Thoughts my specialty.
Interesting.
Yeah, specialty apparently.
Noise.
Yeah, what are your other specialties in this form?
In this one,
Yes.
well, I make a mean club transaction, and I make a lot of noise, and I mean, I got good ghosty stuff. I think that's about it.
Realized it was Summer Yandere.
What?
This is Summer Yandere.
Summary.
Yes. Something. Okay. So I guess I should apologies. Oh well. Yes, we have it. So let's see. Who is going to be leading the party and handling all the survival checks? Summer Yandere. Okay.
Just need to do one foot in front of the other.
Okay. And then you're going to do survival. Who wants to kind of do some look out?
I think all of us have a +3 on perception. Other than Yonder.
He chose survival.
Well, right, what's your perception?
+3.
We're all the same.
Yeah, Caleb's the one that has the ship perception.
But unfortunate, really.
I'll do it just to see if I can redeem myself for that 3 on that perception check.
Hooray.
I expect 13.
Oh, you're rolling it now?
Yeah, I didn't ask you to roll it. I was just asking you.
Well, there you go.
Good.
Bing, bing, bong.
And then, is there any sort of skill that you want to try and add to the success of your group?
They took the ones that I was good at, other than athletics.
So you talk about like previous knowledge that would help with the check.
Like some other way you might want to contribute?
So I would, Younger would be leading to make sure we're all along that I'd be watching for areas where ambushes
Can I use either insight or nature to determine if there's like a feel of the area feels a little more threatened instead of perception? Kind of like a sixth sense? Like if we
Maybe like
I don't know.
no.
Okay. Have you got the feeling you're being watched, Eric?
Yeah. By all of like maybe 2 people. And I guess other than the 4 of you. But, okay. Well, I was just going to give you guys an opportunity, I guess, if you guys want to take it. Okay. So, right. Yandere, if you wouldn't mind rolling me a survival. Okay. Yandere, as you guys are moving along the tributary, and the stream, and you make your way back towards the actual Thanor River. About the area where you guys figure is where the villagers kind of start bowing out. It's this section of the river, obviously a little bit wider, much deeper, because it's a true river. It too is dry. You also notice in the bed of the river what appears to be a large number of footprints. That seems so much so that they have kind of done some damage to the creek bed and some of the surrounding vegetation.
So, you know that old story where they say these boots are made for walking?
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of boots that went down at the bottom of this river here. And there's a lot of walking. Do they look fresh, Eric?
Roll me a nature check.
Where's Caleb?
Is this where Izal can help out since they were offering for nature anyway?
I'm not proficient.
Okay.
I was just looking to roll.
Oh, okay, not too bad. 18.
Hey.
19.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Taking a moment to review and see, you can see what appears to be about a dozen sets of footprints. Reasonably fresh. In fact, there is still some, like a little bit of moisture from underneath the bed that's kind of filled in the hoof print a little bit from the ruts that have been set in the ground. And I say hoof prints because you see a collection, some rather large, some very small, of what look like boar prints.
Y'all wouldn't happen to have a lot of centaurs or anything in the area, right?
The hell would we know?
Are you from here?
Well, I was just double checking because there's a lot of hoof prints here, but it looked like boars. But I don't know if you centaurs have like pig people as well.
Did you say you centaurs or?
No, if use has centaurs.
Oh, okay.
Eric, would I have heard of werewolves before in my travels? I don't think so.
You are aware of a variety of were creatures.
Lycanthropy type or thropic diseases.
Yeah, there are a number of them.
I will bring that up, that there are, of course, werewolves, but there are any number of bestial type transformations, which I hope it's not that, because that's bad.
So, do you know what these is?
Eric, I will do an investigation, I guess, I don't want to do a specific skill. I want to check and see, do the boar hoof prints fall for like a boar would walk, or is it?
I mean,
is it quadrupedal or bipedal?
Yandre got a good look at them. They definitely appear to be boar prints. Some of them are large, so you're thinking like giant boars or some other kind of animal that might run with boars.
Are there any droppings? Doo-doo?
There is some scat, yeah.
There's big piles of scat.
Scat man.
Mixture, some biggins, some not so biggins.
Eric, would
Yes.
Volred, given his previous knowledge of exotic animals, happen to have any sort of knowledge on what other types of animals would be potentially in cahoots with boars?
Sure. I mean, you've done lots of hunting. Boars typically run as a pack. You have also heard of dire boars and other such creatures. So it seems to be entirely plausible that this is just a large pack of very big boars.
Okay. Would there be any other... Would I be able to identify the footprints and essentially confirm that it just appears to be a large pack? Or would I notice something that would make me think otherwise?
Well, the fact that this riverbed is like torn apart and like trails coming in, yes, it definitely appears to be a pack of boars.
Well, it does appear to be a pack of boars.
Great. Well, if we need anything to eat later on down the road, we can just come back and make ourselves a nice little salami with these extra little things here. But
salami.
cut up the board. It's like a pork. You eat pork?
Yeah.
Well, you just cut it up thinly sliced, and then you just kind of cook it up just a little bit. It has. Besides the point. Anyway, we probably should continue down.
Yeah, I don't think these would be the cause of the river.
Quick out-of-character question. Would fighting a pack of wild boars be a challenge to us? Because I hear IRL that you need a assault rifle with a big clip to take out a pack of boars. So I'm just asking.
I mean, we have a head with a lot of arrows. It essentially equates to the same thing.
Modern real-life boars are about the size of a car if they get full-grown. So,
And I think
massive.
dire boar. If it's a dire boar, I think it's a large creature.
But I got 108 hit points. So I'm feeling real.
But from what you know, Volred, boars are very hardy. They can actually move surprisingly quick regarding their mass. And those tusks are absolutely nothing to take lightly. Assuming these are indeed, giant or dire boars, you would not want to be caught in the middle of them, even as strong as you are.
Perfect. That is what I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Okay. So, you guys are continuing along. Let's see here. Yandere, if you wouldn't mind, roll me another survival. Kelmac, perception, if you don't mind.
Go team.
26.
3? 19.
Damn. That's
19.
good today.
Yeah,
That
you guys are
Boulder,
doing
Boulder and I are just going to sit back and relax and y'all take care of us.
Yep.
Healthy dose of prolonged eye contact.
So, as you guys are kind of traveling along, the section of the river that you guys are at, still dry. And at this point in time, you guys are actually coming upon dusk. A full day's travel away from the village, and are actually getting reasonably close. You guys are kind of skirting the eastern edge of that forest and are making your way farther south. So about the time you guys actually leave what would be the kingdom of Serinda and entering into some of the dwarven lands that surround near the mountains, still dried river and no evidence of anything else other than you do occasionally continue to see boar tracks.
So, I think we ought to hunker down for the night.
Yeah. We'll more of us 2-hour watch each. You two can get y'all's sleep first, so y'all can be well rested. 2 elven fellows.
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah, Yandere and Volred. If y'all want to get y'all's sleep first, I'll take first watch. That way, y'all can be well rested in case anything happens. Just in case.
Sure.
Okay.
I propose me, Izal, and then Yandere and Volred, whichever one y'all want to go next.
Sure, I'll go after you.
All right.
We'll go last.
Okay. If each of you wouldn't mind having me roll a perception check, just to kind of see what you guys are kind of able to hear throughout the evening.
Telmac first at an 8.
I got 10.
Yandere and I got 21.
Blackjack.
Yep. Okay.
Pay me up.
The early areas of the evening, as well as kind of the earliest parts of night, go by relatively unimpeded. Thankfully, the ones that actually needed to roll high did. So,
Yay!
I like to roll.
yeah, towards the end, Volred, not long after you begin your watch, kind of in the very early, kind of 3-4 a.m., kind of just before the twilight of the morning, you can hear, like, way off into the distance, the squealing of pigs, leading you to believe that that pack of boars is somewhere off into the forest west of you. You keep an eye out, but they don't seem to approach too much. You do at one point in time, kind of in the really early morning as the sun's kind of rising up over the mountains, you do see like a lone boar of regular size that seems to drink from a small puddle nearby, and then seems to get spooked and heads off into the woods. But you see no hide nor hair of the pack. And as morning comes and your party comes to vigor and packs up their goods and begins to head out for the rest of the for another day of adventure.
I will tell them of what I saw.
Well, at least they didn't think we trespassed on whatever territory they may claim.
Wait, so did you spook them or did something else spook them?
What was it, Eric? Was it I? Did it like look over and see?
You
it?
didn't notice anything else, so it could have got a whiff of something upwind, or perhaps a squirrel off in the distance or something. You don't know, but you spotted no other predator.
Gotcha. Well, Yandere, I'm not certain. I don't think our presence was visually detected, but that doesn't rule out that our presence wasn't smelled. Granted, this lone boar wasn't in close proximity to us. I assume we could have been seen, or it could have been something else closer to the boar that drew its attention elsewhere.
And how long ago was this?
This was close to sunrise. I heard noises of boars prior to sunrise off in the west. Nothing of close proximity. It wasn't until sunrise when I saw that lone one.
So if something was going to attack us, they would have already did.
Most likely, but we still should be vigilant.
Vigilance, my middle name. It's not, but I like to say that.
You should get the phrase vigilant tattooed across your chest.
See, my problem is I don't spell very well, so it'll turn into like vigilante, which is also pretty accurate, but I don't think that's what I'm going for.
Start with Vig and just stop.
Just Vig.
I don't know, but you know what? It's not my place to tell someone what to do with their body.
I should shave
Well-
Kelmac.
Huh?
What?
No.
Did we
No.
just say shave Kelmac? Could we put a Vig in his chest there?
I probably could. You wear armor all the time. No one will ever see it.
Mm-mm. No, I'll feel it. It'll be cold. Keeps this cold steel off of me.
I mean, it's still gonna be poofy. I'll even do it in cursive.
Do you even know how to write in cursive?
That question has never come up in my life.
So no.
Elfish is standardly always in cursive.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get gathered up and start walking more. I would have expected to find something by now.
So back up the river.
Yeah.
Same marching order as before. All right,
If someone-
Yandre, Kelmac, if you wouldn't mind giving me your respective roles.
17.
19.
Okay.
Let's go.
So, at this point in time, the river kind of jogs from going kind of southwest to just straight south, and you guys are heading directly in towards the mountains and the Dwarven lands. And consequently, the slope of the land starts to rise a little bit. Not so sharp that trees and brush aren't still present. You guys are still kind of skirting the eastern edge of the forest. And then after about an hour or so of travel, and you guys kind of hitting the base of those mountains, Yandre, you can kind of hear and kind of see off in the distance above a section of rise what looks like a waterfall from a section of rock that's kind of pouring off into an area of land that you guys are approaching. Given the the way the land is kind of steeped here, you assume there's like a series of cascading waterfalls that make their way in this area that kind of lead into this section of the Feanor River. As you guys are kind of heading up the bank and kind of these high elevations, kind of having to switch back a little bit as the terrain can be quite steep in some areas here. You come off to a section of plateau of rocky, heavily forested land that looks as though it once housed a fairly decent sized lake that then spilled off into the waterfalls you presumed were there and head off into the Feanor River. Used to being the operative word, as a large cavern near the center of the bottom of this lake seems to have appeared, and all of the water coming down from this waterfall seems to just be pouring in to this, from what you can tell, cave system that seems to have, over time, the ground finally got soft enough that it actually collapsed. And is
Sinkhole.
now seems to be flooding some of the caverns that lie underneath the rock.
See why our delivery was delayed.
It's going places it wasn't going before.
It took a nice little detour down 6th Street.
Now the question is the quest is really to just investigate why the water has stopped, and we know now. We could go
Problem
in.
solved. Let's go.
Not so fast, these all. Roll me a perception check if you don't mind.
Oh. It's a solid number. It is a 7.
As you guys are kind of moving around about the area, being careful, not to get too close to the edge or areas you think where the ground might further collapse. Getting a kind of a quick look at the cavern, you see part of the cavern walls section that's being filled. Surprising to you, appears to be hewn stone. And you think you can kind of see some detritus down in there that appears not natural, but perhaps man-made or man-left at some point. You can't make... you didn't roll high enough to make out what it is, but there's something unusual about the cavern.
How big is the hole?
From what
Like
you
just
can tell,
diameter.
it's about, you'd say, like 40 feet in diameter.
Pretty sloppy.
It's wet, too.
Pretty massive. Nothing a small spell.
Would I kind of think that it would be safe to walk in the lake? Does the lake kind of just bowl down into it, or does it kind of have like a drop off?
It kind of looks as though there's, a very kind of shallow decline as you get the standard for a lake, and then as you get kind of near to the bottom where it faces the over on the side of the waterfall, it just kind of drops down. Probably about
Because
10,
the flow
15
of water
feet.
pulls sediment over there and just kind of makes a little cliff.
Yep.
Do we want to go down and investigate, or?
I would like to pose the question of how we would do that.
I'm not entirely sure.
I feel the last time we were in a cave environment,
You
didn't go too well.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
It's
What?
an interesting saying.
Well, we had to go after the waterfall to get to here. That's where the waterfall. You should have told us that way back.
I shouldn't go chasing and wherever it's going now. So we have what I could think of as 2 options. We can try to just dive into the water and see if we can survive the fun chute that is going all the way under. Or we can go find the dwarves. I'm sure if they had a massive flood in some of their caverns, they're probably not too happy about it. See if there's another way of entering that area.
Yeah.
That does sound rational.
And maybe if it is flooding into their domain, we could see if possibly they could mine a relief tunnel into the actual river area. Is that a thing? If there's like standing water, they would just kind of.
Depends on how high up this place is.
Yeah, like if
comparison to the city.
it's kind of like if this is the riverbed and this is where the water is, if they kind of go like that, and then all the water can just kind of go down and keep going where it's supposed to be going.
It's just made like a giant chute from this waterfall that just continues to where it's not caved in, like a slide.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what to do about this. The rock looks all weird. It's definitely not worn away by water.
Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they were mining and they didn't know they were under it.
That or someone deliberately cut off the water supply from up here by collapsing the ground underneath it.
Then the question becomes: do we want to get our nose in it? I would like to, just to reach an end point for them, and I understand the reward isn't much, but something in me wants to help them.
I don't think we could survive jumping down in the water.
No.
Agreed.
Wait, so you wanted us to go talk to somebody that we were told explicitly to avoid?
Yeah, I don't really listen to people about that kind of stuff, though.
I mean, if we're gonna do it, we made our way all the way up here. I
Well,
mean,
he
how
said-
much further?
He said the dwarves are old-fashioned. Like, I don't know if he knows, but like dwarves are all old-fashioned. It's just how they live.
I don't know too many dwarves outside of you.
Yeah, and I'm not a typical one, so
So what do we need to know about these other dwarves?
they can be racist.
Against who?
Anyone that's not really them.
Oh, so they're equal opportunity racists.
That's right. They just hate everyone that's not them. They don't hate them. They just kind of look down on them. Well, like the domesticated elves tend to do that towards everyone else as well, but they're just home buddies.
Sure.
They don't like to leave where they're from. They stay around home a lot. They just kind of stay stagnant.
Sedentary?
No, stagnant.
Sedentary is kind of the same thing, right?
No.
They just
Sedentary
stay.
means they don't do anything. Stagnant means they don't change.
Uh-uh.
Dwarves do a lot of things, they just don't change. Hence the old-fashioned term.
So are we gonna run into any trouble if we go in there?
Probably.
But I mean, Harlan said the dwarves were nice.
Well, they're nice, but... It's either that or we jump down the hole or leave.
Well, I'm not jumping down no hole.
We've kind of like... Well, y'all weren't here for this, but... The bare minimum on quests is what we used to do, and we... I guess it gets frowned upon. Look at Eric's face.
Okay, well, I'm not jumping down a hole. And if we're already this close to the place with the dwarves, then I would say let's just go to the dwarves. But this is not my party, so...
I mean, the most we can do is ask them about it and ask if there's any plans to help Eldon and get the water flowing through the river again. If the answer is no, then...
Can you all help
Then
me look
what we can
around
do.
the area to see if there's, like, places where stuff might have been set up for extended period of times? Make sure this place wasn't sabotaged. We're looking for, like, ground down stone formations. Maybe broken stone outside of where the pitfall happened.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of rocks and boulders out here, so you want me to look for broken stones? Like, is there a specific stone that... Maybe, like, help me out a little bit more. Be a little more descriptive.
A waterfall won't break a stone, it'll wear it away. If I hit a rock, and I find a okay-sized one, and I will hit it super hard with my axe to just take a giant sliver chunk off of it. That's what happens when you forcefully break it. This
It gets edges.
similar to what I think is down there. I'm looking for something that has been modified from an outside source.
So you're saying that waterfall couldn't have eroded any of the rock that's on the bottom of the rock bed into the hole that is currently present there?
I think it could have eroded it, but the signs are on the edge so that it's been assisted. So I would look for additional looks for it to make sure there's not like a trail we might find that leads away from the place. Because I really don't want to go walking into the dwarven cities and then be the one who actually sabotaged it. Because that would look kind
So
of
you want me to look for a lot of little footprints?
trails
I'll,
of broken
I'll
stones.
I'll start going counterclockwise around the lake edge.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go that way.
So, all right.
We're looking for signs of man-made interference, and
I'm
not.
looking for trails,
Yeah, it's
footprints that are leading away from.
Yes. You guys spend some time, but don't find any evidence of people or other beings other than perhaps like some of the local wildlife being around here recently. Let's see here. Getting a better look.
I have
Resolve.
stone cutting.
Yeah. Trying to getting a better look and looking around. As far as you can tell, you're starting to think that section underneath, almost you can see like large kind of timber frames a little bit, and some of that detritus you saw actually looks to be a piece of a mine cart that's buckled in and partially buried.
Ah, okay. They dug too far up, and the water came too far down. We need to fight the dwarves.
What?
I was talking to myself.
What did you say?
Come back over here.
I don't find anything.
Yeah, you can stay.
The sound of your yelling attracts a wyvern.
Great. I was.
Ah, shit.
Take me out.
Absolutely love that.
It's like, hey,
Fought
while
with
you're
you
at it, buddy,
4
would you
levels
mind
ago.
flying us back over to the city?
You fly us up to the dwarves and just get yourself killed.
I got it. I point out the areas where it shows the timbers in the cart area. Like, so it wasn't outside interference. It was underneath interference.
So they messed up.
Yeah, we should go find them now.
Well, don't you think they already know they messed up?
Probably. But did they mess up on purpose?
I don't know. Let's go ask.
Google.
yeah.
Really wish we had a map.
And I don't know how far how hard it's going to be to get up into the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, that's good because you guys aren't exactly prepped for that.
Let's see. I'm going to, before we decide how, I'm going to write a note with some parchment, and I'm going to bury it under a loose rock, and I'm going to etch the Zella symbol on the side. And the parchment will just read those saying that collapse due to dwarven cave-in or whatever. And that's about it.
Yeah.
Where we're going.
All right. So, looking off towards the southeast, the large mountain range that actually separates the free cities from Athoria. You guys are gonna march your way off into the mountains in search for some dwarven kingdoms. We're actually gonna go ahead and hold it there this evening. Unfortunately, not enough sexy action, but that's fine.
We did find a big hole.
That's right.
That is true.
I've already had
And-
enough sexy action today.
Vidge.
Yep, and Yandre's got some Vidge.
We're gonna start the Vidge activities between everybody in the group. I'm gonna be the V, and then I'm gonna make Kel make the I. Well, I'm not touching Nizal's chest, so that means that Volred is going to be the G.
Red is the original G.
Very important guy.
Well, we are partially here resolving his backstory, so, yeah, I'd say so. Well, guys, thanks so much for coming back here. Tuesday, Dungeons and Dragons and the Adventures of Athoria for Chapter 69. Come back next week, where we will have
Nice.
Chapter 70, and see if our group of adventurers are able to meet some dwarves, and if they are everything Izal says they are.
Goodbye, everyone.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.